A chroeso cynnes I bawb. Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone who has joined us, both those who have travelled to get here in person and those that are watching this online. It's great to have you all attend today from across the UK and beyond on what is Black Friday, but I'll try not to dwell on that. So my name's David James. I'm chair of the museum's computer group, and this is I think it must be in the mid to late teens of MCG conferences, and probably my last one as well, at least for now. I've done quite a long stint on the committee and as chair, so it's nearly time to pass the baton on to someone new. So today's theme, future-proofing the digital museum. And many of us here today work in organizations that have been around for a long time and care for objects that may be older, but what from our current time will survive in future generations. After all, we live in a digital age where much of our work happens on computers, which can store lots of information, but what happens to that data and how long does it last? How do we preserve yet make our content accessible for our users? And what impact does what we do now have on our future, both in terms of our heritage and culture, as well as our environmental impact? We've had a great response for our call for papers this year, which in turn means we have an awesome array of speakers, as selected by our fantastic international program committee. Before we kick off the program, I'd like to thank our sponsors who help sustain our volunteer-run museum's computer group, and crucially make the conference more affordable to our members. Please do make the effort to engage with our friends from our headline sponsor, TPX Impact, our secondary sponsor, Numiko, as well as Substract, Supercool, and the Association for Cultural Enterprises. And in addition to our sponsors, we're grateful to our corporate members for their ongoing support and commitment to the conference. So we have started. There we go. Museums and Tech, as usual, has been put together by a team of volunteers. Quite frankly, should and could be doing something better. But they deserve a huge amount of credit, and I am, like everyone else here today, grateful for their efforts. They're the ones running around making today happen. And what a venue we have for the conference. The team at the Royal Academy, particularly Ed, have been superb in helping us put together this year's event. Please join me in welcoming Ed Banks to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for joining us in person and on Zoom. As Daft just said, I'm Ed, and I'm a member of the Museum Computer Group Committee, and I'm also the website content manager here at the Royal Academy. So on behalf of the Museum's Computer Group and the digital teams here at the RA, welcome. I hope you have a great day. I've just got a couple of housekeeping notices before we'll nip on with the programme. First of all, if you hear a fire alarm, please exit through the ground floor doors, and the security staff here at the RA will assist you to get us all out of the building safely and smoothly. There's no food and drink allowed in this room beyond the areas that are kind of dedicated to catering, which are at the back there, and there's also another area around the sides there where we'll have a drinks break later this afternoon. As a room full of Museum Computer Group supporters, you'll be relieved to hear that there is free Wi-Fi. It's called Free RA Wi-Fi, so if you want to connect to that, that's where you do that. There is some art on the walls in the space where we're having lunch, and some of it is quite valuable. So please just be a bit careful over the sandwiches. If you're joining on Zoom and you have any tech issues, there should be an email address on the email that you were sent with that booking link. But just to remind you, it's contact@museumscomputergroup.org.uk. And if you drop us a line there, then we'll do our best to help you as quickly as we can. I'd like to encourage everyone to join in on the conversation online, whether you're here in the room or joining us on Zoom. We're using the hashtag MuseTech2023, and our handle on Twitter, I'm not going to call it X, I'm really sorry, is @UKMCG. I would ask, please be nice to each other in person and in online conversations. We want to encourage really robust conversation, but this is a safe space, so just use your judgment. And we have got a code of conduct, which I think we've just tweeted out, so do check that one out. We're really keen to hear from new voices, though, so if you are joining that conversation online, you're not sure whether you can do something, just chuck a tweet out, get stuck in, get involved. It's really great to hear from you. We're going to have lunch at 1, and we're doing that in a separate room, so at 1 we'll lead you over to that. And we've also got an afternoon break at 3:30, and crucially, post-conference drinks in the pub around the corner. So, you know, make the most of the opportunity to be here. There are so many lovely, fantastic peers, and I hope you have a really great day. Enjoy it. Over to you, Duff.
Fab. Thank you, Ed, and to the Royal Academy. And, you know, it's there's also the opportunity to catch up over a drink later. I believe that Graham is the person, he might be outside at the moment, to follow, is the person to follow to the pub. So a dynamic many of us are familiar with. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, on to our fab keynote. So, we're privileged today to have George Oates as our keynote for today's conference. George is a designer, founder, entrepreneur, and a legend of digital archives and open access, as well as being a friend of the MCG. She established the groundbreaking Flickr Commons program back in 2008, then worked in and around the sector, including building a company, recently returning to Flickr as their new foundation's executive director to build a new team and develop their 100-year plan. George will ask if algorithms are the new historians. Don't worry, we'll have time for Q&A before the lightning talks, so start thinking of questions now. Please join me in welcoming George Oates to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name's George. I'm a designer. I've worked on the web since about 1996 and specialised in cultural heritage work since about 2008. As Daff mentioned, I'm the director of the new Flickr Foundation, and I'm based here in London. Thanks for inviting me to be here. I'm glad to do it. This talk is hot out of the oven. I hope it tastes good. We'll find out together. So I'd like to talk to you about sort of two main things relating to future-proofing. The first is the problem we have, that we have too much information, and how, as information specialists, we must be even more selective and even more careful when we publish it. And how we're approaching making things that last in the very early days of the Flickr Foundation. I hope I can tie those two things together for you. So I'd like to use an example to begin. It's often mentioned that AI solved the 50-year-old protein folding problem. And this is a question of how proteins, amino acids determine its atomic 3D structure. It's interesting to note this only became a problem when we started to be able to see a protein's atomic structure. But this problem was solved by a company called DeepMind, and they published in Nature in 2021. Google, incidentally, had acquired DeepMind back in 2014 for between $400 and $650 million. Since it won the grand challenge in 2020, the AlphaFold methods paper has received over 10,000 citations. This puts it in the top 100 most cited papers of the last decade and in the 900 most cited papers of all time. DeepMind is basically an R&D department for Google, and it's donated $6.3 million to academia in just 2019. It's made colossal losses in its existence and had all its debts waived by Google's parent, Alphabet. So this is a territory of millions and millions of dollars being written off, and objective scientific data being consumed and used to train algorithms to see patterns and make predictions. And yes, the 50-year-old protein folding problem was solved, which is great. So why am I starting here, you may well ask? Well, this success story is flooded with cash, billions and billions and billions of dollars. And this story is about successful science AI. And our stories are not about that. It's my contention that more GLAM data in the web does not mean better knowledge. If we want to be data publishers, we need to be exceptionally good at it. The challenge is that a lot, but not all, of the data living in GLAMs is practically a relic, just like our historical objects. As I was writing this presentation, I found myself drawn to the tension between our cultural data and its mess, and scientific data, and how different that is. As Alan Lightman says, both the sciences and the humanities seek understanding and truth, but the truth they seek are distinct from one another. Scientific truth is external, while humanistic truth lives within human beings who are by nature ambiguous. And looking a little deeper, Richard Foley outlines a few major differences between scientific and humanities data. The sciences value findings that are not limited to particular locations, times, or things, but in the humanities, universal generalizations aren't so valued, and nor should they be. The sciences treasure findings that are as independent as possible of the perspectives of those conducting the inquiry, whereas this is not, in general, appropriate in the humanities. And the sciences are organized around the importance of increasing the stock of collective knowledge, whereas in the humanities, individual insight is highly valued for its own sake, independently of its ability to generate consensus. The reason I'm interested in this is because the information we all deal with in our data is individual, not generalized. Every collection is a snowflake was the talk I gave a few years ago, trying to explain that our data is all different. To me, at least, that seems to indicate it's not well suited to computation. Or, okay, perhaps it is, if it's very, very polished, very prepared, and in pieces small enough where the representations within it are not over-rationalized and not denatured. For example, how do you rationalize this? It's a work called The Plum Pudding in Danger. I feel like this is a very long way from science. I mean, maybe you might be interested in printmaking from a technical perspective, but this piece to me is extremely human. The great satirist James Gilray made this work in about 1805. It's an editorial cartoon about the Napoleonic Wars and peace negotiations between Britain and France. The Wikipedians tell us the print was published by Hannah Humphrey of 27 St. James's Street in London on the 26th of February 1805 and was originally sold for about 5 shillings. There are examples in many museum and private collections. It has been described by Martin Rowson as probably the most famous political cartoon of all time, stolen over and over and over again by cartoonists ever since. And here's the display data from the V&A about their copy. No shade to the V&A team here. In fact, their collections explorer is really fantastic. But the point I'm making is that this is the kind of rational information we've created about something very, very human. It's an objectified rendering of a wondrous, funny thing. And, well, it's just information. And here's another record from a completely different publication, from a completely different catalogue, the San Francisco Microscopical Society. That is a real tongue twister, by the way. Put online using one of my favorite tools called Dataset, spelt like cassette with a TTE at the end, which is handy for quickly being able to render web pages on top of datasets. But if we zoom in on what I can only presume is the OCR title, we see that it's called Crap Book. I mean, these things are just terrible exploring experiences, and we're using the weakest data to describe the most powerful objects. One might describe this particular published record as a missed opportunity for correct information, and yet here it is, published on the internet. Now let's swing wildly to a recent meme, which, I mean, hands up who hasn't seen the Balenciaga Pope? Okay, less than 5 of us. Okay, on the left we can see what I believe is the first version, but I could be wrong. And the yellow number is another person having a go. Chrissy Teigen says, like we all did, I thought the Pope's puffer jacket was real and didn't give it a second thought. No way am I surviving the future of technology. And the creator of the image himself wasn't expecting such a wave of attention. The virality of images spooked its creator, who told BuzzFeed he was high when he had the idea. And so it continues. Anything is possible. And now there are several images of the Pope wearing all kinds of different puffer jackets woven into our digital systems. Imagine how this might be perceived in 1,000 years if it survives. Pope rediscovers his joy of fashion and pop music to reinvent himself as a different kind of star, aged 86 or whatever. This creativity is built upon a great deal of computation, which is basically invisible to us. I see this as a little bit like the Gil-Ray. It's quite satirical, amusing, playful, and this is completely fictional. But it's now a phenomenon that has been woven into the network because a guy had an idea when he was high. So one of our challenges moving into the future is keeping the light on in our humanities, the light on our humanities, and not rationalize how we describe it on the web. We're in one of those social phases where artistry and self-expression are being shut down actively by conservatives and fascists. And our cultural information is squashed into records that don't do justice to the wonder of what people do and have done because computers need everything in columns and rows. Just because there's more information doesn't mean it's more useful. If anything, it becomes harder to use because we only see what we want to see. And we're overwhelmed. There's just too much. And now there are fake popes all over the web. There's crap books. There's not just fake popes, but fake everything. More information doesn't give us more answers. Information is not power, but the capacity to shape information is. And our cultural records don't usually provide this deep context about the things they describe, let alone intercultural context. In my experience, is full of big gaps, which are often caused, which are caused by coming from a single point of view or a standardized point of view. And as Dr. Hannah Turner in her fab book, Cataloguing Culture, says, as the cultures of the indigenous peoples in North America were mined for scientific knowledge, years of organizing, classifying, and cataloging hardened into accepted categories, naming conventions, and tribal affiliations, much of it wrong. It turns out that doing it by the book, or doing it on the record, are usually imperial, patriarchal, and defensive acts. So computers, they can easily calculate geometrical shape from fragments of a broken pot, but we should be very wary of trying to do this with cultural records. There's work coming out of the Library of Congress now about exploring computational description while developing responsible AI. It's talking about an experiment to create new MARC records about books, and they're also sort of working to define their own AI planning and experimentation framework. There's a recent session at the Fantastic Futures conference that just happened in Vancouver by Abby Potter and Laurie Allen that I recommend you looking at. But now I wanted to just take a moment to show you a few approaches that are about more, well, small data, let's just call it that, but also understanding your own data. So this is some work I did with the Wellcome Library team quite a while ago now, but I think it's still perhaps a useful technique. It was a 4-week sprint inside Wellcome. We were dealing with about 1 million MARC records. And the first week was about trying to find out how complete the records were, as in how many of the possible data fields had a field in them. What if we consider the catalogue as a whole? What can it tell us by looking at it from a great height? Should we publish data that's empty? So this is a picture of the whole data set, 1 million records. Each possible field is shaded by how many records have a value of any kind in that field. So the darker the box, the more records use that field. What we actually found is the fields that were completed 100% of the time were identifiers. We built an explorer as well, just drawn in HTML, by the way. So you could look at the various data facets and see a sample of records in each of those sets mapped to show you record completeness. And it was really revealing. It was really revealing to see how thin it was and how automated its structure was and where the gaps were. We also found a very long tail of description, which was kind of based on the popularity of the topic or the object itself. We found the level of description really drops off a long way once the objects become more dusty and less seen, which makes sense. We also found about 40 records that had no title, and the cataloger literally left the demo to go and fix them, which was very nice surprise. But what I was saying is this is a very simple technique that you might consider using to really get a good hold on the sort of depth of your data. The second project I'd like to quickly show you is about institutional data. It's the MoMA Exhibition Data Explorer that I built with Phil Guyford. So MoMA released their internal exhibition history as a public data set a few years ago, and they asked us to make one of these data explorers. And the reason I'm mentioning it is because it's a small data set, it's resolved, specific, and very rich. It's the kind of data release that's much more useful than thousands or millions of thin records. So this is the basic visual. It shows you the number of exhibitions over the years of the data. The graph just shows the number of exhibitions per year. You can see, for each year, you can dive in and see what the exhibitions were. And incidentally, developing this, I learned how MoMA was responding during the Second World War in the body of their exhibitions, which, if you're interested in that kind of thing, I would recommend. I found it very interesting. We also drew this map of the departments of the museum, so you can see when new departments formed, who was running them, when they merged or split into different departments, and you can investigate all of these visuals to see the people and what they were making. So, for example, here's the Department of Photography, which was created in 1940. You can see the different leaders who came through the department and where they went from there. And then you can sort of dive in and see, for example, Edward Steichen, who ran the photography department for some time, the exhibitions he was involved in, and then you can sort of dive in. The data also points not to the art itself, which are the objects themselves, which I found very... At the start, I was like, ooh, you can't see the things. But what it does do is point to internal archival photography of every exhibition, which is fun to browse, even if you can't necessarily see each artwork specifically. And it's an excellent and interesting record of the life of the organisation itself and how it's evolved over time. So my question is, could your institution make something like this? Could you show your guts, as it were, to give people a sense of how your museum library archive has developed over time? Because that's interesting too. Now, I briefly wanted to show you some of the work of a couple of artists I've also found very inspiring as we mourn the lack of context in our digital cultural records. These artists are going very deep into documentary or reconstruction of heritage from their points of view and from within. The tall guy at the back there is Daniel Meadows. You've probably heard of him. He's an English photographer and an absolute master of telling superb digital stories. This is him in Moss Side, Manchester, where he opened a free photographic studio on weekends to get close to people. These are portraits from his wonderful free photographic omnibus exhibition, taken 1973 to 74. Basically, he travelled all over England and camped out in various places, inviting people to have their photo taken, all the while recording their stories and communicating them on. But the other thing about Daniel is his record keeping. I was lucky enough to visit him at home in Wales, and he basically had a shed full of records and was looking for a place to put them, and he found that place in the Bodleian, lucky for him. But his website is a fantastic study in context. Obviously, his portraits are wonderful and not possible without connecting the subjects and building community as the photographer, but his records of their stories in his archive and his overall approach and thoroughness should be an inspiration to us all. So he set out to generate raw materials for researchers. The difference here is he was doing it in isolation with thoroughness and great depth. It's worlds away from cataloguing a spear in your warehouse about 10 years after it was acquired. Second artist I wanted to show you is Stephanie Sahuko, who works in photography, installation and sculpture. She re-inhabits archival collections and represents them. She's based in Oakland, California, and also an associate professor at Berkeley. So this is a piece called Block Out the Sun, made in 2019, and it's about thin data. Suhuko says, institutional repositories, archives, and museums are tasked with housing cultural collections, framing historical narratives, and creating research opportunities for future generations. These archives are also rife with omission, racial bias, and a subjective eye towards what should be collected and preserved for posterity. How does one talk back to an archive and attempt to potentially re-narrate its documents and images? This is a piece called Dodge and Burn. The installation composes together images and objects referencing the American colonialist expansion in the Philippines during the early 1900s, as well as contemporary racial politics and historical amnesia. And this final piece, which is a work in progress that I'm very excited to see the end result, she calls the Rogue Finding Aid. It's an ongoing parasitic extra-institutional project where she re-photographs histories related to the Philippines. It's an active project, like I said. But she says, what would a speculative, institutionally unfaithful rogue finding aid look like, accumulated and conveyed through the critical lens of a cultural informant? This is new work from the Smithsonian, and a hat tip to Mia Ridge for directing me to it. Here we see a coalition of Smithsonian staff present the process that's led to the development of an AI values statement at the institution and an implementation plan, including the release of data sets with accompanying documentation to enable these data to be used with improved context and reproducibility. I really enjoyed reading this. I don't often really enjoy reading documentation, but I really enjoyed reading this. And I think it's an excellent precedent you should consider borrowing if you're thinking about doing these types of data releases, particularly if AI has been involved in the processing. You need human time to evaluate current outputs of AI and machine learning. This level of output might outweigh the usefulness of the resultant information. You should label synthetic metadata specifically as synthetic. They say the tools might hold extensive value in their use internally at the Smithsonian, but there are issues that will curtail their applicability in a public setting. And finally, if any community or individual is harmed by the use of a technology, then that is one too many. So yeah, honestly, this document made me feel very optimistic that we've sort of taken in the last 10 years of searching our inner selves and figuring out what we want to be like. As I explored this work, I came across the Smithsonian's contributions to the Hugging Face machine learning platform. That's a place where you can add data sets or collaborate on models or machine learning applications. The thing I liked about what the Smithsonian has done is that they didn't go ahead and just add their whole catalogue to this thing. They selected specific data sets they knew would have appeal and that were really full or complete. And that's when I found Phyllis Diller's GAG file. It's a total of about 52,000 index cards, which she maintained over several years in a giant cabinet. It's typewritten, which is cool. And the Smithsonian used this contained set in a transcription process, so all of the cards have been transcribed and then also checked by another human to make sure they're complete. And that forms a really tight data set to release, which I've also put on GitHub. And on the left-hand side there, you can see some of the other data sets that they've curated to give to Hugging Face and to other people. The others are mostly scientific, so I really liked that this was just a total curveball. But yeah, so the suggestions are don't just publish everything, don't just publish your crap books, hold them back, be selective. And how can we look for omissions in our own data now that we all acknowledge and know that it's problematic? Where are the gaps? And I was wondering if the framing of an exhibition for your data might be helpful. Like you would never exhibit unfinished things, so why is it okay to exhibit unfinished data? But maybe if you couch it in the framing of an exhibition or an explorer or something, that might help. Okay, that's the first bit. This is the second bit. Hopefully they join together, but we'll see. So now I'd like to try and connect all that work to what I'm doing today. I'm the first-time director of a new non-profit archive called the Flickr Foundation. It's running alongside the photo-sharing website called Flickr that's been online for almost 20 years. And it's grown into a huge picture collection, about 50 billion images. And I believe very strongly that that is worth preserving. And I also believe that a corporation may not be the best vessel or steward to do that. And to their credit, the owners of Flickr have given me permission and support to start the foundation. So I'd like to show you some of our projects and give you a sense of our strategies for very long-term survival. And basically, I just put it right in the mission statement. Our mission is to keep Flickr photos visible for 100 years. And then now I'm like, oh my God, how do we do that? Oh wow, that's going to be hard. But then I thought, well, if we're claiming we can keep it around for 100 years, we're going to need a plan. So the 100-year plan is a device I've created to encourage us to always be extending our timeline on purpose. We're thinking about how to capture the work and decisions of the group today so co-workers who haven't been born yet can see how we've done what we've done. I'm also curious at the moment about what kinds of diagnostics we might have to invent to measure the health of an archive across a whole century. We'll be hiring an archivist soon to help with that, as well as how to archive Flickr, obviously, so if that's your jam, stay in touch. But yeah, the basic work, I think, sort of moves like this. We've got our mission that runs along the bottom, which is to keep everything visible for as long as we can, 100 years. But 100 years is ages. You know, thinking in century dampens the need for technology planning. We simply don't know what our technology landscape's going to look like in 2050, so we can't plan for it. We can't plan for specifics. That has to be done by the contemporary group. Digital preservation, though, must involve regular use or opening or access of digital files, and probably a bunch of sort of format jumping and upgrading. But instead of trying to plan specifics around that, what we can do is plan to do that work in a regular way. And know that it's coming up, know that we have to do it, and prepare for it. Let me give you an example of one of the projects along the top. It's an example of something we've just made this year, and it's about generated images, something which Flickr has been a big part of, actually, because so many of the images on the system have been consumed by AI programs. So I hear a lot of people say, oh, I've had to play with AI, and we're probably all unaware of just how much machine learning is present now in our digital lives by default. It's sort of chilling to me sometimes reading the news about the industry when you learn how long this stuff has been in development, and we didn't really know until GPT came out. Well, I didn't, you may have. So we decided to make a piece that could serve as both an exploration of the technology and also a time capsule, investigating the current state of image generation, or more accurately, what it was like in this year. We based our experiment on a classic photography exhibition, which I actually alluded to before, but curated by Edward Steichen at MoMA in 1955. It was called The Family of Man, and it was a curated set of about 500 photographs intended as a celebration of humanity to kind of hold up against the rising spectre of nuclear war in the 50s. And we tried to generate a copy. So given our cool Pope from before and the sheer amount of synthetic images that we face every day, we wanted to get a strong sense of image generation in this controlled experiment. So here's basically what we did. We started with the original Family of Man images, and then we put the humans in the team wrote captions for them, but we also fed them into an AI caption generator machine. Then we used both of those two types of captions in an image generator and got a human caption generated image out of one side and an AI caption generated image out of the other. And then we edited them into a publication. And just by the way, I've got a couple of copies if anybody wants to look at this afterwards. We made an actual book, like a physical thing. It was really cool. Anyway, so I'll just show you. So here's an example. It's the original photograph called Child in a Forest. It's taken in 1951 by an American photographer called Wooden Bullock. Juan, who was on the team at the time, she wrote the caption, "Black and white's long, deep focus, overhead grainy 1940s shot of an infant girl lying down on her side in the middle of the forest on ground covered in small plants." So it's kind of like, oh, yeah, it's not bad. And then you look at the kid and you're like, what's that? But we found using keywords like grainy, 1940s, etc., really helped the computer. This is just another example. This is a boy playing marbles in Java, taken in 1938, and you can see the written caption. And if you look closely at the boy on the right, you'll see it's not a boy. It took me several looks to notice he's got 3 legs. We deliberately tried to make an ersatz publication. This made it easier to compare and contrast what Dolly made, and also how we had that conversation with the prompting. We massaged captions until the generated image became closer, but we had to limit our iterations, otherwise we could have polished them until the end of time. The computer probably would have gotten there. We also chose to display some comparisons of those two types of captions that I mentioned, so you can sort of see how ridiculous the AI captions were and how saccharine the generated images from them feel. So the original of these photographs I haven't shown here. These are the 2 generated versions, but the original was a series of the same children on the same stairs, taken in about 1950. And the wholly generated stuff's on the right there, and the caption that was made by the computer is like, "These little stars shine brightly when they're together, creating magical moments of friendship, hashtag forever friends, hashtag childhood bond, hashtag unbreakable connections." What? And at the very end of the project, we decided to make a back cover for the book. I was kind of curious about giving Dolly very, very basic input instead of these very detailed captions that we'd learned to develop. So we tried the caption human photo, and these are some of the examples of what the program drew. So after all these billions of images humans have created over centuries get inhaled and analyzed by AI programs, we ask for a picture of us, and this is what we get. That was a day in the office. I've brought it, like I said, I have a couple of copies, so please come and take a look afterwards if you like. So the next project we're working on is actual software, which we're very excited for. It's called Flickipedia. It's going to be our very first software tool for the public. Basically, it's for helping to move Creative Commons licensed photographs from Flickr.com into Wikimedia Commons to help Wikimedians who are improving articles with images and stuff like that. We're hoping it'll be ready by Christmas, so stay tuned for that if you're a Wikimedian. Our major project for next year and hopefully beyond, we are calling a data lifeboat. It's hard to count all the web services that have broken down in the last 20 years and all our content lost with that. And Flickr is one of the biggest picture collections humans have ever made. So the foundation is going to admit that there's a chance that the ship might go down. It's not imminent, but there's a chance. And we're going to design lifeboats to make sure that we can do that gracefully. We're designing for a possible end. Actually, the early concept is thousands, if not millions, of lifeboats, not just these 2. And our basic challenge as a partner archive to Flickr is that Flickr is huge. There's only one infrastructure on the planet that's capable of housing it at the moment, and that's Amazon Web Services, with the cream of Flickr software running along top, and of course the engineers and the community teams there. And today, at least, there isn't a traditional institution on Earth with the capacity to take on running that kind of service, let alone preserving it. So the idea is Data Lifeboat can contain any arbitrary facet of Flickr photos that you can imagine. Photos tagged with the Royal Academy, photos taken last Tuesday, all the photos in the Recipes to Share group. And the lifeboat contains all these photos, all their metadata, and the unique social and contextual metadata that is created on Flickr.com itself. So we're lucky because Flickr is born digital and internally consistent. And even as millions of people add their stuff to it every day, they add it to a stable structure. And we want to find a way to express a blend of that automatic data that you get from digital cameras, like the date taken, you know, where it was, the type of camera, that kind of stuff, and the more human stuff. The stories people tell about the pictures, how they describe them, the way photos get passed around socially or organized, tagged, that kind of thing. And all the photos also live in a gigantic network. So that's going to be hard to represent, but I think a curious challenge when we talk about creating pieces of it. And what I'd like to aim for, and this is pure speculation, but if anyone's interested in this concept, come see me after. So what I'd like to aim for is that we can build docks for these lifeboats, destinations that know how to open the archives and process them, ideally for preservation. A little bit like the locks concept, lots of copies keep stuff safe, but also a little bit different. A dock might live in the Library of Congress, if anyone from the Library of Congress is watching. But it might also live in a social club's backup drive or the family archivist's laptop. Society doesn't have many digital interfaces yet from enormous social media platforms where we are just, hurling our cultural heritage at a vast rate of knots, and traditional cultural institutions. And I'm wondering if it might be time to start collecting digital objects from out there on the web in earnest, instead of broadcasting our data. And maybe a data lifeboat is one way to receive that. We're also really keen to control our own infrastructure instead of offloading it to the cloud. On the desk, you can see server number 1, which we've called Sontag, and I admit we're operating at a very small scale at the moment, but maybe this will be. I learned the other day that Mozilla has a bank of about 8,000 of these Mac Minis, so But the point is, she's going to be a web server. We're going to put the Flickipedia product on there, and we're just going to go old school. So if the server smokes when we launch, goes down, so be it. This also means we want to use as few external code libraries as we can for our tools. If we must use one, we make sure that they're open source and also mature. It's important to stop ourselves from just grabbing external code libraries for the sake of expediency. We've even tried not to use JavaScript in Flickipedia, and it's possible, just so you know. And finally, the last program I mentioned, Daph referenced this, is the Flickr Commons, which started in 2008 as a way to help GLAMs engage with Web 2.0 and the Flickr community. There are a few million photographs in there now and just over 100 member institutions. It's an easy and free way to increase access to your photography collections. And there's more and more cases now of how volunteer researchers have actually helped provide more contextual information around the photographs, identifying subjects, making links, all that type of stuff. We still think there's huge value in the program, even though it sort of was a bit dead under a few different corporate owners. And we think it's especially valuable for small institutions who have photography collections but nowhere to put them. They might not have digital people on their team, they might not have their own dams, that kind of thing. And the Flickr Foundation has now taken responsibility for the Flickr Commons program. So if you have photographs and you'd like to share them with a huge global audience for free, please let me know. We're actually going to be opening the doors again to new members in 2024, so that's super exciting. Okay, nearly done. I hope you've enjoyed the talk. The Q&A will prove the answer to that. But the challenge I want to communicate to you is to try not to fixate on polishing very, very big and thin data. Consider the concept of exhibiting instead. Be selective, be polished. The web has enough crap books. And I'd like to end by a wonderful quote from the famous editor Lewis Lapham from his history magazine Lapham's Quarterly, where he says, "The internet is maybe the best and brightest machine ever made by humans, blessed with a near infinite expanse of miraculous applications. Language is not yet one of them. Computers scan everything but hear nothing. Even if they know where to find or how to make a cosmos best suited for human habitation, how would they send word of the discovery? They know not who they are or what they do." So history essentially poses answers to the question, what happened? And we have to tread carefully around the temptation that technology will provide answers to that question. So no, algorithms are not new historians, and I'll be happy to discuss that over our Q&A. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's just go back, Q&A. So, I'm going to kick off. Think of your questions, get your hands up already, and we'll try and find you.
Should we sit down, Dev?
Should we sit down? Should we do this fireside style? If I don't crush my mic. Okay, so keep Flickr photos visible for 100 years.
I know, what was I thinking?
I know. But, you know, many of us work for organizations that have been around for centuries and don't have this level of foresight. And I'm just wondering how you came up with that.
Well, I was very deliberate about using the word visible in the mission statement because in order for people to see them, you have to ensure that they're accessible. I mean, it's a straightforward point, but, you know, preservation is also about access, you know. And, I mean, I set the 100-year time frame because it's difficult and because it also means that several generations of people have to work on that over time. And, you know, it's kind of enjoyable to try to think about how to describe the work that you're doing today so that it can be read later, you know. And, you know, everybody says, oh, we should do documentation, but we don't. And, yeah, I just, it's been interesting to have in mind the scope of 100 years because it just lets you slow things down a bit, you know, rather than jumping from quarter to quarter, constantly iterating, using your agile stand-ups or whatever. It's really nice to just step back, you know. So we're trying to do like 1 or 2 projects per year instead of just iterating the crap out of everything all the time, which is tiring. And, you know, actually in, you know, iterative software development processes, you actually chuck a lot of information on the ground about the work that you're doing. And, yeah, trying to keep that for later is interesting.
Yeah, and keeping it purposeful as well.
Yeah.
And often, I think, we're driven by, as you say, quarterly reporting, funding cycles, political cycles.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's look for questions. Got a question here in the front? Mike's on the way.
Oh.
Hi there. Oh, thank you for really fascinating talk with so many different, lovely, rich things. I am a little bit disturbed by your mission of keeping all this stuff. You know, I've had a Flickr subscription under at least 3 of its corporate owners. I just use it for backup. This morning I took half a dozen photos of my mum's boiler because it's got a leak and a problem.
Oof, hot stuff.
Yeah. And what terrifies me is, because I almost certainly can't be bothered to do anything to stop this happening, my phone will back that up to Flickr.
Yep.
And your Mac Mini is going, or descendants of it, are going to spend the next 100 years preserving backup copies of this photo that I only needed because I couldn't see what was going on in the cupboard. And, you know, even the photos I actually take to share with people, you know, I must have about 200 really similar photos of my dog in a muddy puddle.
Yeah.
And I've seen other dogs who look just like mine. We don't need, you know, I'm wondering, have you got any plan for destruction and deaccession? I say deaccession. How do we thin out? Because first of all, you know, computers backing up computers to back up crap. I don't mean like your crap book, but I mean stuff that was only, you know, that has no value. And also to the extent that we are keeping this for some future group, as if we think humanity will be here in 100 years, but whatever. Sorry.
No.
200. But if they are, they're going to have to wade through all those photos of my mum's boiler and my lovely dog.
Yes, I understand.
And therefore they won't find anything.
No.
So do we need a parallel, you know, should I start a foundation for the destruction of imagery to kind of, in parallel, keep
I hope you do. That would be funny. No, it's a good question, and I've thought about it a lot. And you know, a really important job of an archivist is to make selections. You know, I don't want to be responsible for 50 billion things. There's a lot of crap on Flickr, like your boiler pictures. You know, it's not all top quality stuff. So our current idea to approach that problem is to have an annual ritual. So each year, every Flickr member can choose one picture from flickr.com that we'll take on. We're calling it Deep Keep. It's speculation. It does not exist yet, people. But we think it's essential to carve up the 50 billion things, like the data lifeboat concept is in similar territory. Because 50 billion photos of crap we do not need. Yeah. I mean, the crap book example is it equates to the boiler, right? You know. So we want to find a tool to let the community do the selection. We don't want to arbitrate that. I mean, perhaps we'll computationally make some kind of selection based on possibly randomness, possibly some kind of level of attention. Yes. Pick the best photo of your dog, and we'll archive that. We don't need the 200 of the dog basically doing the same thing. Yeah. Oh.
Great. Another question here. Yeah.
Mic en route.
Thank you. That was fascinating. You made me think when you said when you said the computational level has been invisible for most of us, which is true. It made me think that museums, especially with AI and machine learning, used to kind of work with data scientists and very kind of highly technical knowledge in order to kind of embed AI, but also use AI in their for different purposes. And I was thinking that humanists researchers and also curators have always, since the digital wave, have always kind of used products, but also contributed in a way to shape new digital tools in order to adapt to the specific need of the GLAM sector. And I was wondering if you think that this is kind of changing with AI and how we can keep this kind of humanist, very kind of deep insight of this workforce and this kind of very, as you said, very complex, personal, individual dimension when we work with very advanced systems and techniques that we cannot understand. So we cannot, with a platform, we know how, to work with different functionalities, but with algorithms and coding, we need to know the language. So how do you think this can be embedded, this humanism and your prompting, kind of thinking about going beyond numbers and data, how we can bring this in the design and in the very kind of early stage of designing with AI?
Good question. Well, I don't want to sound patronizing when I say that, some of this data is really bad. I honestly don't. And, a lot of information specialists do incredible work inside GLAMs about this sort of stuff every day. But what I would suggest is, rely on corporations to make insane tool sets that you don't actually have any insight into and use them as you wish. But in the digital realm, I would focus on tools for the staff. Make sure they can do their jobs well in a digital context. Make sure they don't have to use a shit CMS that doesn't really do what they want and is a displeasure. Help them do interesting collecting. Make sure you've got your digital rights management stuff shipshape when you take on new materials. Set yourself up for a happy future of digital work by making sure that people are enjoying sitting at their laptops all day. So yeah, I just don't feel like I know I use the word traditional institutions, and I also don't mean that to be patronizing. I just mean, in contrast to corporations, let the corporations do innovative stuff. Try to partner if you can, I suppose, with a couple of interesting ones. For example, Microsoft has this really weird kind of data on glass initiative that they're doing right now, backing up stuff etched in glass. And I was like, well, maybe they'd like to work with me or some of you to trial stuff, So experiment where it makes sense, but get the house in order get your digital house in order would be my direction.
We've had a question through the back channels. What would you recommend for those that are being pressured by their institution to just get the data out there? How to convince stakeholders to want to put the effort, time, money in the data when it is seen as least important?
One of the blobs I took out of the presentation was about the linked open data cloud. I used to poo-poo linked open data because I thought it was just a bunch of standards wonks, you know, basically spraying data onto the internet. I've sort of come around, you know. But the linked open data cloud in 2007 has about 12 nodes on it. It's really cute. It's like friends of a friend and, you know, DBpedia and stuff. And if you look at the linked open data cloud now, it's just this enormous kind of storm of data that's kind of brown. And most of it is scientific data, you know. I guess the argument back is about quality, you know. Don't publish crap book. The stuff is much more engaging, I think, in digestible chunks, not millions of things. Millions of things is useful for computers. It's not useful for humans, you know. Big numbers aren't interesting unless you're the big cheese. You want to know, oh, on Wikipedia, this photo got 8 billion views. I mean, that's great, but did they actually look at the picture as well, or did it just render on the article page, you know? Personally, I'm a fan of deep engagement, not broad. And, you know, I don't know, I'm kind of skeptical about even the concept of impact. I think having a meaningful interaction with 3 humans about an object in your collection is the type of interaction that you should be aiming for, not 8 billion views of one of your pictures.
I was going to ask actually about metrics, because a lot of the organizations, as mentioned in the question, you know, it's about number of collections online, not quality of data.
Yeah.
And within that, you know, we are a sector of incompleteness.
Yeah.
There are gaps everywhere.
Yeah.
So how do we take, you know, it's already an overwhelming task for our teams.
Yeah.
How do we find those emissions? How do we focus those efforts?
Yeah.
And I guess, how do we justify them to the rest of the organization?
Yeah. Well, maybe that's where the comparison with an exhibition could be useful, you know, and that's why I was mentioning the Welcome project, just because it was so specifically about trying to see the actual data. You know, if you're working in a database day to day as a cataloger or, you know, public-facing person in a library, for example, you're just operating with a search box and a list of results. You don't see the whole thing. And I think the thing that was so fun about the Welcome stuff was it was a very, very simple idea that actually created action inside the institution, you know. And like I said, you would never publish an exhibition with sort of, you know, blue tack and bent corners.
I
mean, some, yeah. Jane would,
yeah.
But no, but I don't know. I would like to hear what other people think about that, actually, because the pressure to just publish your data online, I mean, that's another thing I was sort of trying to suggest, is that there's too much of that and it's not good enough. So by trying to publish smaller, richer data instead of splats of crap, you know, it'll be better. Because you don't want to represent your organization like crap book, right? Or do you? I mean, Jane?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. I know. Well, great. They've got tons of crap books.
We had another question come through actually from Russ. What do you think is the future for institutions who may have to figure out synthetic data from real data to either collect or already within the collection?
Well, tread carefully, very, very carefully, you know. I think what one impression of the Generated Family of Man project for me was that these computations don't mean anything. You know, they don't, there's no blood in them, there's no humanity in them. And I think what's one of the findings of the Smithsonian team as well, actually, is that the time it takes to actually check what the computers have done and whether it actually is sensical might outweigh the amount of time or the usefulness of actually publishing that kind of stuff, which I think was extremely interesting. Honestly, I do recommend reading that thing because it's a very good kind of figurehead of this challenge we face. I'm not saying don't use these tools if you feel like it's a good fit for you, but you have to, you know, there's that contrast between scientific and humanities data. You know, computers, I mean, these algorithms cannot produce humanities, you know, they can't fill gaps in humanities data yet. Maybe they won't, I don't know.
And you referred to retrofitted richness. Is that mainly machine intelligence there filling those gaps, do you find? Or is it rubbish that people are putting into those collections?
Well, I think, in the experience of the Flickr Commons project, for example, where you have humans looking at photography that has really scant metadata, the humans can add very useful, I would say, baseline descriptive metadata, unless they actually have personal experience with the thing or the person in the picture, you know. And that kind, maybe there's a capacity for computation to do that kind of base level stuff, you know, entity extraction and just like positioning a digital object in the digital space by giving it a place and a time and, you know, those basic stuff, basic things. But, you know, it doesn't answer questions about the things, though, you know. Yeah. Maybe it will one day. I don't know. Skill up. Do some actual projects with the stuff. Don't just play with it. Don't just, you know, photograph yourself as a cat with your phone. Try a project and assess it.
Got a question here?
Thank you. It's not really so much a question as a thought. I think a lot of the things that you're talking about for me are about a mindset, a kind of an approach to how we, you know, there's future-proofing digital written on the wall behind you and, you know, this 100-year thing. For me, you think more like an artist, not like an institution. But we're talking about institutions here, and institutions struggle to be anything other than institutions. So there's a kind of tension in that for me, and you're in quite an interesting position to be able to comment. You work with those institutions, like what is the future for that institutional role? Do they need to change?
Oof.
How do they evolve? You know, there's a lot in there to unpick, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is a tough question to ask somebody on stage, Jane, I'm just going to say. Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, I've got a very interesting opportunity now, which is to try to consider what a brand new type of archive can be like, you know, and that's very exciting, and I would love your input on that particular thing. But I guess, I don't know, I'm trying to encourage just to do a bit of culling and not be afraid to do it with culling, you know. A lot of bigger institutions carry their collections on their backs like a giant stone, and you know, do we really need 8,000 spears? Do we really need that? No, we don't. And do we really need this shit piece of data that's, you know, 5 words on an index card? Probably not. Should we be sharing it? Definitely not. You know, it just doesn't do anything. It's not good. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of nervousness and tension about issues like colonization, repatriation, those kinds of questions, but you know, I think the work that's being done around fair and care data principles is very strong, and you know, we're using the word responsible a lot now, but actually doing the work of trying to define what responsibility means for you and how you manage your collections is hard and needs to have conversation around it. Responsibility might mean relinquishment, and that's, you know, that's hard. But it might mean that the resulting collection is easier to operate, more detailed, richer, more multilingual, more intercultural, you know. So actually getting rid of some of this cruft that we're throwing around the web could be good.
I'm afraid we haven't got any time for any more questions, but George, you're going to, I know.
I don't have
could
anywhere
stay
to
here
be.
all day. I'm glad to hear. So you're going to be here all day, pick your brains, and hopefully over lunch and in the break. Please join me in thanking George for opening today's conference.
Thank you.
Okay. So please stay where you are. I am going to pass to Russ, who's going to be cheering the lightning talks. Thank you, Russ.
Hello. Do I need another microphone?
Yeah, possibly.
Did you walk off the microphone? Classic.
We like to keep things tense here.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I am Russell Stearman, and when I'm not helping to organise this event and working with the other lovely members of the committee, I'm the Creative and Managing Director of the Creative Technology Unit at an agency called FOR. And it's my absolute pleasure today to be chairing the Lightning Talks. And we have had, as a slight change to the schedule, as unfortunately Nick and Alice are unable to join us today, but we do have Flo Carr, who's going to be talking about Act Green, and Natalie McGowan, who's going to be talking about future-proofing heritage technology. However, I have the interesting situation for the first bit of introducing our first sponsor talk from Numiko, and indeed my former employer, by welcoming Dave Eccles to come up and talk about telling timeless stories with cutting digital ed tech. Take it away, Dave.
Do I have my notes on my laptop? Oh, they're there. Great. That's good. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Lovely to see everyone here in person. So I'm David Eccles. I am one of the founders of Numiko. We are a digital agency, and we work with a range of... I do kind of need my notes, actually. Is that... No. Could you change the thing so it's got the presenter notes at all? No. Cool. Right, I'll busk it then. So we work with a bunch of GLAM clients, and our job really is to create really engaging interfaces and provide the kind of behind-the-scenes tools for these organizations, largely to tell really interesting stories around, like, through their collections. So we've done this with a bunch of clients, so the Royal Armoury, Science Museum Group, British Museum, and really what I want to talk about today is how, what a story is, what we mean by a story in the context of collections and objects. So I think a really simple way of talking about that is just a narrative interpretation that brings an object or a series of objects to life. And what I wanted to do was walk through kind of the different generations of collection management systems online and talk about kind of how they did that, like what was the kind of layer of interpretation and storytelling that happened with them. So the first generation, so kind of like mid to late 90s, so basically generation one, show me what I already know, and it was basically kind of making the thing on the left and kind of like plugging it into the internet, making that accessible, and you get a search interface. And what you get with this is, as Mitchell Whitelaw said, it's a bit like kind of walking into a dark warehouse. There's a little kind of hole in the wall. You walk over, you kind of scribble on a little note what you'd like to see, you post it through, and then a kind of hooded figure comes out and wheels out one of the objects. You have 5 minutes with it, and then they take it away, and you can probably do the same on another little note. But there's very little context. There's no narrative. It's not a very welcoming experience. Just basically, tell me what you want, and I will give you that thing. So there's a very kind of thin layer there of interpretation and context, and there's no real kind of storytelling or capability to kind of add, or certainly not to link different objects together. So the content effort from an institution was very small because they kind of had all that information already. They just needed to kind of wire it up, tidy it up a bit. So very small content effort. And as I go through these different generations, you'll notice this box gets bigger. So moving on to generation 2. So show me what I don't know. So moving away from those kind of what he called ungenerous interfaces to something that is a lot more generous and will give the user a lot more ways into the collection, and will start to form connections between different objects. So we worked on Your Paintings in 2011, which was a collaboration between the BBC and the Public Catalogue Foundation. And you can see there's got the kind of huge difference that's happened here. So there's lots of different ways for users to find things that they didn't already know about. That was the whole point. It was how do we make 200,000 publicly owned oil paintings accessible in a really mainstream way. And I think it was probably one of the kind of leading projects to do this. And they did so many good things. And we kind of tried to reflect that very kind of public, generous spirit in the way that we approach the design as well. So you'll see lots of different ways to get involved. So there was guided tours using famous faces that people knew. You could put your own collection together based on themes or where you lived or your favorite place. And then also we start seeing this word as well, so browser paintings, which, from generation one, that just wasn't an option. You needed to know what you wanted to look at before the system would basically give it you. So we've introduced a whole bunch of other things here. So we don't just have search anymore. We have things like browse, we have collect, we have tour, and we have editorial as well. So the content effort has already kind of significantly grown. So because this was a project with the BBC, they had a whole editorial team working on this. So they could constantly publish new things and new ways of kind of pulling people back into the collection and telling stories by kind of linking different objects together. Moving on to generation 3. So this is a bit more about tell me a story. So, and we've done a lot of work with different organizations, but the first time we did this was Objects and Stories with the Science Museum group. So when we relaunched all 5 of their national museums, we gave their team lots of interesting tools for easily putting together things from the collection. So it's deep integration with the collection management system, but in a way that they could tell digitally native stories. And we've used this approach for the British Museum and the Royal Armouries as well. And it means that you can tell stories quite quickly, but what you can do is in the same way that if you were putting on a temporary exhibition and you can pull together a series of objects to tell a contemporary issue or a story about society or humanity or something that's going on in the world right now, you can publish these quite quickly. So we now have not only search and browse, but the kind of capability and interfaces that are kind of specifically designed to tell stories. So obviously with that, the kind of content effort grows again, because you need a team of people to be constantly reacting to, things like World Women's Day. The Science Museum published a huge story on the kind of women in science. So they have this ability to react to things that are going on in the world. And again, it's all about making their collection relevant and interesting to lots of different audiences. So Generation 4, which I think is the new generation that's about to hit how we interpret these collections, is really interesting, because this is now kind of, don't necessarily just tell me your story that you've decided is interesting to me, but tell me my story that's interesting to me. And a recent campaign by the Museums Association was really interesting in the way that it talks about, well, how do we kind of reconfigure almost dynamically collections so that they speak to different communities, different audiences, people, different backgrounds, with different languages, with different life experiences. And really what that means is you kind of have to be in the position where you can create almost infinite stories. And obviously, that's a huge content effort. So how can we create infinite stories for, and reinterpret our collections in that many different ways? And the answer, it can't be that we just throw more and more editorial staff at it in the context when we've got less and less budget to do that. So we started thinking about how could we use, I did 2 versions of this slide. We'll work out, we'll come back to this next year and see how things panned out. So it's either that or that, but we can catch up about that next year. But we started thinking about, well, how can we use these large language models to kind of take collections data and see whether we can create these different interpretations of it for different types of audiences in different types of settings. So what we did was we quickly put together a custom GPT using the Science Museum's collection. We told it that we would like to provide a story about the history and the development of modern day computing. And we would like to do that for a bunch of different people. So we'd like a version for an 8-year-old child. We'd like a completely different version for a science graduate with advanced computer knowledge, one for someone who maybe struggles with mathematical concepts, and one, finally, to really test it, someone who's never seen a computer. So we can tell it where we want it to get its data from, so you could hook us into a collections API, but for the purposes of this demo, we just said just limit where you're getting your data from the collections subdomain on the Science Museum Group's website. So what that provided us with, and this is kind of like pretty like real time, which is quite amazing really. So what I asked it to do is basically tell me the story of computing, on the left for an 8-year-old child, and on the right for a computer science graduate, because what I wanted to understand is, could it tell not only a story using different appropriate language, but would it choose different objects? Does it understand that people have a different conceptual understanding of what the history of computing is? And it does. So for an 8-year-old child, it starts with an abacus, which is, I think, a pretty appropriate kind of starting point when you're starting to talk about computers. For a computer science graduate, it actually started with Babbage's different engine machine, which again is a really good, appropriate start for someone who already has a lot of technical knowledge. And you can see the level of detail that it's pulling out is, I think, is good. The language that it's using is also appropriate because I told it to adapt its language based on the audience that we'd selected. So there's no real reason that that audience couldn't be self-selecting. So you could potentially say, I am such and such, my level of knowledge in this is X, and I'm really interested in this, please go ahead. And it could essentially craft in real time a tour around that digital collection, or there's no reason that this couldn't happen on an actual physical site as well. So you could easily push this through a text-to-speech interface, and then you've almost got an on-demand personalized audio tour in real time. So, I've got 7 minutes. That was a relatively quick tour. I think these tools are superpowers for the sector. And when we look back at the Museum Association's recommendations, I think they definitely could broaden the range of people and make those collections meaningful to different groups in different ways that would just be impossible to do for a human team. Because if you imagine that matrix, it's an infinite amount, and you have to make choices. And what their campaign is saying is who are we to make that choice, really? They could definitely make collections relevant to the widest possible audiences, and they could make collections meaningful in ways that are often just overlooked by curators working on their own because they have a particular worldview. And they could, eventually, I would say all of these top 4 things, you need a human in the loop right now, because I'd be very nervous about just kind of publishing a straight up, hit this button and you get it right now, but these things are improving massively. And I think the question that I would like to kind of leave us all with, and I don't have an answer to this, is really what extent do we trust these AI systems to do this on our behalf? And I think that's a question that I'm really looking forward to working with everyone in this room to answer collectively over the next few years, really.
Nice to end on a bit of music there at the end as well. So next, I would like to invite up to the stage, I'd like to invite up Flo Carr, if you'd like to come up, who will be talking about Act Green 2023, understanding the role visitors want museums to play in tackling the climate emergency. Did I get it all right?
Yeah, brilliant.
Super.
Hello, everyone. Just wait for my slide. That's me. Brilliant. Great to be here. I'm Flo. I'm Associate Director at Indigo Ltd. We're a consultancy and research agency working in the cultural sector. And today, as introduced, I'm going to be talking to you about museum visitors and the climate emergency. 81% of museum visitors think cultural organisations have a responsibility to influence society to make radical change to address the climate emergency. Let that sink in. 4 in 5 of the people who walk through your doors think that you have a really, really important role to play in tackling this situation. But what does this mean for organisations, and how can museums listen to their visitors and use this insight to future-proof? And what ideas are there in the digital space for this as well? But first, how did we gather this data? So we had a bit of a theory that there was a huge amount of work had been done by organisations to become more sustainable. There are lots of brilliant guides out there. Theatre Green Book, the Arts Green Book are providing brilliant kind of infrastructures for organisations to do this. But we felt that the audience voice was missing from this. There didn't seem to be any kind of large-scale research into what audiences wanted from the organisations that they visited. And not that that should change what you think is kind of the most impactful thing that you can do as an organisation, but we felt that this could give clues about what you prioritise talking to your audiences and visitors about, and what you prioritise trying to maybe get some money off them to improve as well. So Act Green was a UK-wide audience and visitor survey that we ran in July. It was free, thanks to the generous sponsorship from Supercool, who I know are here today. We had 86 participating organisations, including museums, galleries, theatres, art centres, cinemas and libraries. Each organisation had a bespoke link that they could send out to a sample of their previous visitors, and they could see their results in real time. Altogether, we generated 17,500 responses, and this included 2,600 from people who said that they were primarily attended museums, galleries, and heritage organisations. And those are the results that I'm going to be showing you today. So what were the key findings? Museum visitors are very concerned about the climate emergency. 90% are worried about the impact of climate change, with 2/3 of those saying that they're very worried. This is higher than the benchmark of cultural audiences generally. 94% have made changes to their lifestyle to try and tackle climate change. 1 in 4 of those said that they'd made a lot of changes. But when we asked them about the cultural organisations that they visit, only 19% think that those organisations are currently placing great importance on playing an active role in tackling climate change. So there's clearly a bit of a communications breakdown here. Museum visitors also really want to play their part. 82% of them said they would act more sustainably when visiting a museum, either just because they're willing to do so in support of the organisation, or if the organisation makes it easy for them to do so. But they need information and they need infrastructure in place to do that. They want to know what you're doing, how they can help, what will have the biggest impact, and they need improved public transport or facilities for sustainable travel, provision of recycling bins, increased availability of plant-based options, all the practical things that organisations are doing. But beyond that, they also understand the unique position that cultural organisations hold to influence and inspire. They want to see you stepping up, using that role, and driving positive change in society beyond the visit. And I think this quote that comes from a respondent really highlights that. So what could this mean for museums and other cultural organisations? Some organisations that we talk to feel they're struggling with a bit of a communications and positioning challenge when it comes to this. So on the one hand, they're concerned that speaking publicly about sustainability initiatives will open them up to criticism from climate change deniers, telling them to stick to putting on shows, stick to the exhibitions, stop trying to be political. But on the other hand, they're concerned that what they do try to do won't be enough, and they'll be called out for greenwashing. So they're frozen in indecision and end up doing nothing at all or communicating nothing at all, and sustainability and climate action drops down the long list of priorities that organisations are grappling with, and audiences and visitors don't think that you're doing enough. But remember, those who shout loudest don't necessarily reflect what the majority thinks, which is always harder to remember when you've got a Twitter storm on your back. But 81% of museum visitors said that you have a responsibility to influence society, bringing back that stat from the beginning. They expect and want you to do this as part of your role in society and in their communities. So where does the theme of today's conference come into this? We know from our wider research that younger generations of arts attenders and museum visitors are more values-driven. They'll be loyal to the organisations whose actions align with their values. And we know they care about the climate emergency. This comes through very clearly when we compare Act Green results from different age groups. So could digital technologies offer solutions to some of what visitors expect of organizations? I'm going to share a few ideas in support of this, particularly for museums. And before I do, I want to make clear, I don't think that we as Indigo, we're not trying to suggest these as the solutions. You guys have the brains and have the answers. And we've already seen 2 talks today that I think are kind of leading the way and could be. But I want to just bring the visitor voice into this as well. 72% said that they wanted information about how to travel more sustainably. And I think this is a really interesting one, because if you include audience and visitor travel in your whole organization carbon footprint, in many cases it can be the most significant one. We're currently running a pilot project called Act Green Travel, which came off the back of last year's survey. And that was working with travel demand management platform USmartThing and customer communication specialist CrowdEngage. And we had a theory that a kind of combination of technology and nudge messaging might be able to encourage audiences to choose lower carbon travel methods. We're working with 5 performing arts venues and getting a lot of feedback from their audiences who are receiving bespoke travel plans, which are scraping data from the box office systems. We think there are really some significant opportunities here for museums, particularly as getting back late after evening performances is one of the things really holding back theatre audiences from ditching their cars. Visitors are gaining confidence using technology and online resources. We saw this come through clearly in a piece of research we did earlier in the year called the self-service venue. And I think this is allowing museums to reduce the amount of print that they're producing and then often throwing away as they go out of date. 75% of visitors said they wanted digital exhibition guides, and 48% want digital interpretation. And this is in the context of thinking about how they could support the organization to be more sustainable. There are, of course, already museums and organizations that we've heard from today leading the way with this, and I'm sure that more and more user-friendly and interactive digital interpretation could be developed in the years to come. But could museums possibly frame this as part of their sustainability conversations, increasing uptake by demonstrating the positive impact of reducing print, and play a role in educating visitors who are less comfortable with digital technology? And finally, 62% said they want museums to engage with visitors and facilitate conversations about the climate emergency. How might this happen more effectively and democratically using digital tools? During COVID, we saw the international reach of some museums and galleries' online learning tools. Could museums develop similar online spaces to bring communities together to respond to the climate emergency? I can see I've just got my 2-minute prompt, but I'm a little bit quick. So thank you very much for listening. At Green was our Indigo Share hot topic. They're always free for cultural organizations to take part and open to anyone. We always want more museums and galleries involved. So do head to our blog to see the full results of the At Green research or sign up to emails. And I'm always happy to have a chat to anyone looking for some extra insight, or if you're struck by anything in today's presentation, do get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really good, and just on the time there, perfect stuff as well. So finally, last but not least, Natalie McGowan, you're going to be coming up and joining us about future-proofing heritage tech.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, everybody. It's lovely to be here. Lots to get through. I'm going to jump right in. So my name is Natalie. I work with a storytelling platform called Humap, and many of our clients are in the cultural heritage space. I spend a lot of time discussing the challenges that face the sector, and digital sustainability of projects is always a priority. So today I will be sharing some tips and tricks on how to make these projects last longer online. So when you're trying to build legacy into a project, I always recommend beginning with a very candid cost-benefit analysis of what this project means to you, your institution, when you're trying to decide how long this project should live for online. The urge is to make every project last for as long as possible in its original format, but that isn't always ideal or necessary. Temporary exhibits are a cornerstone of the sector, and there's nothing wrong with releasing a digital project and retiring it when necessary. In terms of both optics and sustainability, this is far better than it slowly obsolescing online. And for a short-term project, legacy can be as simple as retiring it and keeping that data online for future reuse. You could also consider storing that data in a repository like the Archaeology Data Service or data.ac.uk for future use, easy access. Fair data principles have already been mentioned once today. A big fan of those in terms of sustainability. But if it is a project that you would like to make last, it's extremely important to earmark some funds for that and also sketch out how exactly you would like it to last, where would you like it to be, what format, and where, leaving as much room as possible to be agile and to respond to any issues with the tech or the project that may arise. Now, if you are partnering with a private sector tech partner, make sure you're picking one that does align with your strategic goals. Make sure that whoever you're partnering with has contractual language around digital sustainability. Know where your data is, know how it is stored, and always have a worst-case scenario plan. In effect, if your tech partner goes bust tomorrow, where is your data? How do you get it? What is the future of the project? But if you're working for a trust and the trust is dissolved, if something terrible happens in your organization, how can you move on with the project? What are the next steps for that? And this is it's a small point, but make sure who owns the content, because more tech companies than you think have sneaky small text and contracts where they take ownership for anything uploaded to their servers. I'm just highlighting it there. It's always worth triple checking. And it's always worth having several different tech partners in the wings as backups in case something does go wrong. And always consider open source. A lot of open source tech is absolutely fantastic. And if you have tech expertise in-house, it's definitely worth considering. Now, in terms of sustainability, I personally wouldn't recommend going for a custom bespoke development unless you are extremely certain of the people that you're working with. But if you are going for a bespoke development for a project, make sure that you're building revisions and ongoing maintenance into the contracts and the costing from the start. Have a worst-case scenario plan. And bear in mind that digital sustainability and future-proofing is a journey without a destination. If you would like your project to look and feel the same way forever, hosting and maintenance are also forever. If at all possible, consider finding a way for your project to support itself financially, as this is probably one of the best ways to guarantee its longevity. You could consider partnering with local businesses or other institutions. Something like this would immediately increase the project exposure and could also open up the project team to a whole realm of contributors that you may not have previously considered. If you already have the digital infrastructure in place on your website as well, if you're a donation-supported organization, incorporating those into the projects that are in your output is also a good way of guaranteeing some small level of support. You could also, plan events around the project, make it an event. You could auction support tiers with rewards like private tours or museum merch. You could also consider finding ways to license that content after the project has wrapped up, if that's possible. I know that with grant-funded projects, that's far more complicated. And lastly, there's nothing wrong with going analog. Consider physical media, books, posters. A book that is being cared for will almost always last longer than a website. And I would say it's always worth considering your organizational digital output as an advert for the institution and planning to give it that same level of care and attention that you would your main website. And this is something that you can build into the original funding structure, not just adverts, but community engagement, events, working with local artists and craftspeople. And if your institution has multiple different digital outputs that are aging or starting to obsolesce, it's always worth investing in overhauling and updating and bringing them together. You should consider your digital output as different modules of the same thing rather than as completely separate entities. And by bringing these things together, you can create bigger, better maintained project outputs that last longer. And lastly, collaborating is always a logistical challenge, but when done well, it can really maximize your access to resources, talent, audiences. More stakeholders means more people with an incentive to share the project, get involved with the project, to work to keep it online. And also, your tech partners have skin in the game as well. We want your project to do well. We want your organization to do well. So if you are partnered with a private company, definitely consider collaborating on blogs or webinars or other forms of mutual marketing. And lastly, getting visitors and the local community as invested as possible in a project through engagement gives them more of an incentive to get involved, to share it, to contribute it, to work to keep it online. The bigger the tent, the more people care, the better, really. So just to conclude, you have to create demand for sustainability. If you work in arts or culture or heritage or any industry that makes life worth living, frankly, demand sustainability. Don't ask for it, demand it. And future-proofing, again, I love this term. I think it's hubris, frankly, but there's nothing wrong with a little bit of hubris as a treat. It's a journey without a destination. It's not something that can ever be definitively achieved. You will never be future-proof, but you can be future-prepared. I've gone for breadth over depth here, and I know that nothing I have just said is easy. I don't want to make it sound like it is, but I hope this has been interesting. Thank you for listening. Okay.
If all of our speakers in the session would like to take a seat in the chair, and we'll open up questions to the floor for a Q&A. Any questions? I think just as people are kind of thinking there, I think I'm just going to go on that kind of last bit there. You mentioned about local business, and there's that kind of idea of thinking global, acting locally, the local community and collaborations. And I wonder if that touches on the same point, Flo, that you were making around the kind of acting green, the work in there, and perhaps the way, Dave, that you are engaging people so they have purposeful answers. I wonder if how do you think those parts can influence our work? It's a big question to start with.
I mean, from my perspective, working with a platform that supports heritage, it's about building the infrastructure that makes that possible. It's about building a platform that is accessible as possible, that's lightweight, making it as easy as possible, essentially, for all of you lovely people to do your good work and engage the community.
And Flo, how do you think that affects?
I think the sort of point of local versus global and how people see themselves as part of a community is really key to particularly some of the work that we were doing in the Act Green research. Because a lot of the people who said that they felt that they hadn't made changes to their lifestyle or that they weren't worried, it was always to do with feeling like they as an individual couldn't make a difference. And I think cultural organizations have a really important role to play in showing the power of community and showing the kind of, this is what we can achieve together. So for example, on the travel project that I briefly talked about, we've had something like 6,000 travel plans made now over quite a short period of time. And each individual one is only saving, a small amount of carbon, but together they can see the kind of collective impact of what they're doing. So I think it's probably, for me, it's about that, the kind of showing an individual that by being part of an organization, they're part of something bigger.
And Dave, finally, how do you think from your perspective?
So I think instinctively, people think that digital is like a lower carbon alternative to actually making a visit to a physical museum, which I think traditionally it has been, but unfortunately these large language models absolutely blow that out of the water. They're incredibly energy intensive. There's $200 billion gone into training these models. Is very opaque about kind of the energy usage that they use to train the foundation models. But obviously, every time you're accessing or using one of those models, you are kind of inheriting some of that huge kind of carbon use to train the underlying model. So I think that probably used to be the case, but I think, and the difficulty is that, as with a lot of these things working with these big organisations, it's in their interest to plough ahead with all of these things, and there's very few, like even to the point where, like, don't worry about copyright, we'll just pay for that if you get into any trouble. So it's also not in their interest to be particularly transparent with the energy usage that's gone into them either.
It's an interesting point about copyright, which comes into a whole
don't
other
worry
world.
about it, it's fine. They'll pick the bill up.
Have we got any other questions from the floor? Oh, over the back, over there, I think. Ooh, there's a microphone coming your way.
Thank you. My question was kind of from David's talk, was about, as you just said, these models are hugely opaque. They're owned by private corporations. I think the examples you showed, the websites from the 90s probably still work today. Something built on OpenAI might not work in a year's time when they shut down. I wondered if you had thoughts about self-hosting, local models, other ways of running these tools but in a way that organizations can engage with and manage.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is preferable for lots of different reasons. And, you know, the technology for running those models locally is improving all the time. Like, people have, you know, created large language models now that you can run on an Android phone. So I think, you know, having that control and that confidence are two things that the sector, and all sectors want, really. And that, however, you're still inheriting some underlying foundation model. So although you have control over the infrastructure and, you know, potentially have it on a slightly shorter leash, you can't necessarily kind of peer into, like, where the training data came from. And that's being able to kind of work out why it's answering things in a certain way isn't like any other aspects of computing. You can't kind of go to, you know, a certain function or a line of code and say, oh, that's causing that, because you can ask it the same question twice and it'll give you two very different answers, or, well, not very different answers, but variations. And people involved with computers don't like that, because we're used to kind of getting predictable responses.
Natalie, I wonder if there's a bit there as well, because you were talking about long-term partnership with organisations and private companies, and there might be that kind of concern that it might just go away.
I think that's always a concern. It's always worth having, you know, backup options, backups of the data, keeping things as flexible as possible, but then you can easily fall into a trap where you're being so flexible that you don't actually have any room to maneuver. You can paint yourself into a corner trying to think of, what's the word I'm looking for? Contingencies.
That's a good point. Is there any other kind of questions, any other points? Any other hands kind of going up? Oh, a maybe hand.
Thank you. Thanks for all those talks. First, I just want to say, could we arrange, I don't know if there's time, but for Dave and George to do an arm wrestling session later about humans versus AI for this stuff. But also, the thing about sustainability, I was really interested, David, in your the narratives generated by large language models, but as you say, you still need to check them. And I just thought, actually, how many different ones do you need, and how many pretty bright people there are, either available for employment or volunteers, who could be creating tools, you know, people who are very interested in difference engines and so on, some of whom be capable of producing tools for different ages. And actually, it'd be interesting, you know, following the Smithsonian notion of, well, add up the costs of doing all this technical thing and then having to check them, versus what would it take to set up a program to create an interesting set of tours on your site? Because it's not a new thing, right? Lots of museums do have tours produced by the education department or whatever for a range of things, and you could expand that really.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, so the examples that I used there were relatively straightforward, but I think if you take the recommendations of the Museums Association, actually what they're really talking about is, well, how do we talk about this collection to people from different ethnicities or different life experiences? And that's more complicated. And I think that's probably where, and I don't think these things need to be binary either. I don't think it's like, oh, well, we're all in AI and large language models and we're going to sack everyone. or we're all in people and we just turn all that off. I think actually the real power is when you have like a hybrid of those things. And that's why I use the word superpowers, because I think it's another layer that can kind of sit on top of a team and can make them more productive, which is essentially like what we're always going to need.
Is there a kind of piece on their flow as well? The research that you were looking into indicated that people are more ready for things like digital companion guides and kind of that. I mean, how would that talk with the different voices that Dave was mentioning there?
I was actually going to draw on some the other bit of research that I mentioned, the self-service venue, which is something that we did in February. And what that showed quite clearly was that there are basically kind of three different groups of when it comes to visitors to art centres and cultural organisations. Some who are really, really confident using digital tools and will kind of self-guide through an experience. Some who are kind of somewhere in the middle and might be kind of familiar with using some of this tech in their day-to-day life when they've been forced to. And then a small group who need a bit more support for whatever reason. And that actually some, as you say, like not thinking of it as a binary choice and going, okay, some of these tools can serve this proportion of our audiences, freeing up staff time or staff expertise to kind of super serve those who need it or those who have really, really specific requirements. And I think maybe that's where we can think of it, that in terms of both the kind of what your staff are able to do in their skill level, but also what your audiences and visitors and users are able to do and what their different needs are.
I think it's around the customization of those kind of guides and interpretations as well. I was reading something about the British Museum when they redid their audio tours. They did a piece of research which was, why don't people use the audio tours? And they're like, well, we just don't like being told exactly where to go. We just kind of want to wander around. I've got people who've got different amounts of time that they want to spend in the museum. So what they ended up doing was creating this highly customizable kind of tell us how much time you've got, what you're interested in. But obviously there's only so many versions of that you can create. And I think what I was talking to was eventually you could create an infinite amount of those things in real time for an infinite number of people.
Is that kind of maybe going on to what George was talking about thin data? There's so many options, but there's actually not the content to provide it kind of behind it in a way. And do you have any experience kind of working at Natalie in the work that Humap do?
Yeah, we essentially just work to give clients and users as many options as possible to curate their own experience. It's a very open-ended platform. There are lots of different ways people can go, and that's just through extensive user testing. People don't like really being told what to do or where to go, whether they're at home on their computer or in a museum quite often. So it's just about creating enough options that anyone can find something they like, but also trying to avoid decision paralysis.
An important thing, right? Any other questions from people? Oh, over there, please. Thank you. He's coming. He's coming as quickly as he can. He's doing a very good job. I think I've stolen the other roving mic. That's why they're having to work so hard.
Thank you. I think it's a question for Flo, but it's open to anyone. It's a bit around the sort of digital versus analog future. And one of those stats there was about 75% wanting digital guides. And so my brain immediately thought, well, what about the 25%? Because they're still there. Often they will incorporate users of your services, visitors who need a helping hand in various ways. And when we used to talk about that 25% as being perhaps older visitors or people on the wrong side of the digital divide, but actually a lot of research we're doing in Oxford is showing that younger generations are seeing, museums and GLAMs as kind of increasingly as safe spaces where they can consciously uncouple from their digital devices. And so there's a real pushback there as well. And I just wondered how that sort of movement is feeding into some of this thinking.
It's really interesting. I think it's worth saying how that question was phrased. So it was about, what do you expect cultural organisations to provide in their kind of journey to being more sustainable? And I think that 25% pretty much exactly aligns with the proportion that we saw in that other piece of research of people who kind of needed a little bit more support. So, or they're people who don't necessarily think that that will have the biggest impact. So they're kind of going, yeah, maybe if you can do that and that makes a difference, great, but there's some sort of doubters in there. I guess for me it's about, and this is an example that we kind of do when talking more to performing arts organizations. We're definitely not saying, you know, get rid of your programs and stick a PDF online. And obviously, from what we've seen today, that's not an option any of you would be considering. But I guess it's about thinking what types of digital technology are best placed in different situations. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be, okay, so when you're not having a kind of paper guide, you'll have something on your phone. It might be more to do with kind of interactive exhibitions that, you know, then still allow you to not be using your own devices and glued to screens, but kind of engaging with other people through technology. So I guess there's something about, yeah, thinking about whether it's moving away from your own personal devices and being kind of glued to those and all of our phone addictions that we have, or using technology to kind of bring people together in that way would be what I'd take from it. But I'm sure these two might have more expert views on it as well.
I think it depends, doesn't it? It depends on your mood. I went to a museum in Amsterdam and they had this app that you could kind of look at the artwork and then it would come to life, and it was just like, why? It's just, yeah, it just kind of felt like they'd just done it because they needed something to be interesting. But the consequence of that, it was quite busy, and then like, everyone's just walking around looking at their phone, bumping into each other, and I was like, no one came here for this, really. And that's coming from someone that runs a digital agency, so. But he's getting increasingly grumpy as he gets older. So
happens to us all, I think.
I guess it's about kind of clarity of objectives, isn't it? You know, why are you providing that digital service? Does it enhance the experience?
Yeah.
Does it help you meet your sustainability goals? Does it do a mixture of all of those? And if you can't, pinpoint why, then it's probably
it's a toy. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I think we're going to have to wrap up there on the important note of why are we doing anything digital, which I think is a really interesting thing for us all to think long and hard about. So I'd just like to say thank you to our speakers, thank you to Dave, thank you to Flo, thank you to Natalie for your interesting talks. It is now lunchtime, everyone, and before I tell you how you're going to get to lunch, I'm just going to put out a call because we are going to have our AGM for the committee. So if you are interested in joining the Museums Computer Group Committee and helping us organise events like this, I'm sure you all use the GISC service regularly. I would encourage you to come along and help keep making these events available for everyone and getting this community together. However, I do understand it's also lunchtime and you're probably quite hungry. So Ed, who's at the top of the stairs over there, is going to guide you across to the mystical place where lunch is. And thank you very much. And we'll see you all back for the next session, which will be looking at, 2 o'clock and looking at future-proofing. Thank you very much, everyone.
Can you hear me right? Fantastic. I'm Ed. We met earlier, so apologies for cross-posting. Our next set of talks are going to be looking at different types of future-proofing in a little bit more depth. So first of all, we're going to hear from Neil Clark, who's Planet Officer from our headline sponsor, TPX Impact. And he's going to talk to us about digital's physical shadow, why the digital industry isn't as planet-friendly as it seems, and how museums can make their digital estate more sustainable. After that, we're going to have 3 talks. We're going to be hearing from Andrea, Wallace, and Francesca Farmer, and they're joining us from the University of Exeter GLAM-E lab, and they're going to be speaking to us about future-proofing restitution. After that, we've got a team from the Royal Academy, Sarah Fuller and Jules Jans, and they're going to be chatting to us about planning a roadmap for sustainable innovation. And following them, we've got Oonagh Murphy and Giuliano Gaia, and they're going to be speaking to us about future-proofing your AI museum projects from an ethical point of view. And it's the same format as before. We'll have a chance for questions at the end, and then we'll go into a short break. So if everyone's happy, we'll nip in to Neil's session. Neil, over to you.
So I'm Neil Clark. I work for TPX Impact, and today I'll be going over the emissions that are caused by the digital industry, why that's important, and what can be done about it. So at TPX Impact, what we do is we build products and experiences to make people's lives easier, fairer, and better. And as you can see, we work with some really great museum and cultural institutions, including, of course, the Royal Academy of Art, so thanks for hosting us. We're also really active within the industry, trying to address the issues, the sort of negative impact issues that the digital industry has on the planet. So I'm co-chair of the BEMA Sustainability Council. Myself and one of our technical architects are on the Umbraco Sustainability Council. Umbraco is a content management system. And we're part of the group who defined the first draft of the W3C's web sustainability guidelines. So W3C are the folks who sort of define all the standards around HTML, JavaScript, accessibility, etc. on the internet. So they're a really good group. So it's not just me today. There are lots of lovely people from TPX Impact who, so we're sponsoring the event. Please go and talk to all of these great people if you get a chance at some point. Share a drink with them later. I'm sure Rich will love it if you ask him about the award that he won earlier this week for the transformation work with ZSL. So that's my little plug that Rich told me to put in. Our society is built on this real love of growth, and we're not really that great at learning when to stop. So we're using the equivalent of about 1.57 Earth's worth of resources, and that simply can't continue. And I think that really shows up in every part of the business world, and especially within technology. So if we think about that mentality of building fast and breaking things, we quickly realize that it might not be the best, it might not lead to the best outcomes for the planet and everything that inhabits it. And with COP28 just literally starting next week, the focus on country and system level action it's really still falling woefully short. And in order for us to sort of avoid the worst effects of the climate and ecological emergencies. So the State of Climate Action Report, it measures 42 indicators across things like transport and finance and power, industry, etc. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data to know what we're doing with 5 of them. We are going literally in the wrong direction on another 5 of them. 24 of them are well off track. We're just plain old off track on 6 of them. And one, there's literally only one indicator that we're on track for. So unfortunately, that paints quite a worrying picture. But that's why it's really great to see that the UK Museum had its own COP. A sort of collection of UK museums had its own COP fairly recently, and there was this bunch of recommendations that came out of that to help to see how the museums can help tackle the climate crisis. And I'd like to really zoom in on that point at the bottom there as a way to start talking about the importance of making the planet a stakeholder in IT and digital projects. And this stat is really why I think IT and digital has such a key role to play in the climate crisis. So yes, digital transformation will almost always result in less emissions than the physical alternative. So an email versus a letter, or an app versus physical guidebooks or tickets. But there's so much more that can be done to further reduce those negative impacts. Oh, that's good timing, isn't it? Our screen's just refreshed. Excellent. It's my laptop. It's not the sorry. Here we go. Ooh, goodness. Right, okay. Thanks for that technology. It's because I'm slagging it off. It's having its fighting back, isn't it? That's the AI that's done that. Right, okay. Where are we? We are down here. Okay, so yeah, but the increasing scale of the digital industry and the sort of physical devices and all of the electricity that supports that, those increases are really concerning. So there's more video, more AI, more immersive experiences, and way more data. And to demonstrate that, these are the types of increases that are happening. These things are really nullifying the improvements made within data centers and all of the networks, all of the great stuff we're doing to make hardware more efficient, are basically losing that and wasting that by having unnecessarily heavy software. And the scale of that is shown perfectly with stats like this. So what is preventing that sort of low carbon mindset being established in our industry? Awareness is definitely steadily increasing, but it's not on the level yet of other non-functional requirements, so things like accessibility, privacy, security, etc. And that situation is really exacerbated by the sort of lack of depth and breadth of research, and because that lack of research means that universally accepted standards around measurement and those kind of things they just don't exist yet. Things are encouraging, so there's an organisation called the Green Software Foundation that has recently gotten an ISO standard agreed for its measurement framework around the impact of the digital industry. The Sustainable Web Design community have recently launched a sort of new energy certification sort of style ranking for websites. They launched that just last week. And the W3C Web Sustainability Guidelines that I mentioned earlier are sort of gradually working their way through all the layers of sign-off in the W3C. And when we're working on a digital project, every capability needs to be thinking in this way. So we all need to be aiming for the same goal, and we all need to be underpinned by KPIs to support that. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to be a nice to have. So what actions do we need to take to make websites and apps and software, etc., more low carbon? So at the Green Software Foundation, they've categorized it like this. So we have energy efficiency, which is really the electricity used anywhere in the life cycle of creating a digital product. So that electricity could be in the data center, it could be in the network, it could be in the electricity to run and charge the devices that we're using to access the websites or the apps. You could even consider the electricity used to design, that was used when people were designing and developing the software. Hardware efficiency is mainly about servers in the data center that hosts the piece of software. However, it could also be about ensuring that people who are using your software don't need to upgrade their laptops or their phones in order to actually access it successfully. And basically do everything that you can to avoid the need to build new electronic devices. Carbon awareness, so that's about changing the behavior of software depending on whether there's more or less fossil fuels or more or less renewable energy on the electricity grid. And lastly, which is one that I've added on the end, on top of the Green Software Foundation recommendations, is about helping address the problem that I talked about earlier, which is this lack of understanding and lack of awareness within the industry. So how do we go about increasing energy efficiency? A lot of things that you will see here are really related to other fields and fields of best practice, so things like performance, accessibility, usability, security, etc. And that's what makes looking at the impact on the planet such a great thing to do and a great thing to work towards, because it encapsulates and has all these other co-benefits with all these other great things that often get overlooked. And just to pick out my favorite one here, so we've got human traffic on the internet is now actually in the minority compared to bot traffic. So bot traffic makes up more than 50% of internet traffic. About half of that traffic is seemingly good. It's search engine crawlers, it's testing tools, that kind of stuff. But the remainder of it is just bad bots. They're hacking websites, slowing them down, stealing data, scraping content. No use to anyone or any organization or the people that you're trying to help. So definitely block those. And this is the kind of thing I mean when I say thinking about images differently. So in the middle there is WasteNot, who have sort of extracted weight and detail from their images by dithering them, which is a really nice technique to reduce the amount of weight in those images. And then we've got Ecosia, which is a search engine that uses all of their profits to invest in tree planting and also in renewable energy. When they rebranded, they moved to this really nice illustration-heavy style rather than going for a more image-based style, which they could have done given that they do lots of tree planting. So they were just thinking differently in that respect. And there's a whole host of websites that prove that, there's a whole host of websites out there that prove that lightweight pages can also be really, really beautiful. So this is the low directory. Have a browse through there. Definitely you take some inspiration from that and ask your design teams to do the same. This is the marketingdeclares.com website, which is one of the things we helped out with on the BEMA Sustainability Council. Please encourage your marketing teams to go there and to take the pledge and sign up. And this is the lightest weight modern website on the internet. So yes, it's just black and white, but there's a huge amount of inspiration that can be taken from this, in my opinion. And we obviously put the planet at the center of every decision to do with that website. So in terms of hardware efficiency, basically, don't build something that's more than you need. switch off anything you're not using, get rid of all those dev and test environments, UAT environments that are no longer being used, get rid of those old proof of concepts that might be lying around and no one is accessing anymore, get rid of the content that is no longer needed on your website. Basically, don't be a digital hoarder. And when it comes to assessing hosting providers and other software providers that you're working with, you can ask some difficult questions. So do they refurbish their servers? Do they just shred them when they come to the after 18 months, which is what some data centers will do? How long do they try to elongate the life of their servers? How do they maintain them? And the reason for asking those questions is because we basically need to avoid at all costs adding to the 60 million tons of e-waste a year that is currently created across the planet. So as a general rule, there's about, if you think about the amount of emissions that an electronic device creates, about 80% of that is in the manufacturing stage. Only about 20% is actually the charging that's done. So we need to stretch out that 80% as long as we possibly can. We can't keep plundering the earth for the precious metals. So there's a company called IT Renew, who are now Iron Mountain. They did some amazing work proving how long that servers can be kept going and working really efficiently through great maintenance and through really good refurbishment as well. And this is sort of more at the extreme end of things, but it is becoming more mainstream. So what you can see here is a website called Branch, which is from the folks at climateaction.tech. The appearance and functionality of that website changes depending on the amount of fossil fuels that are on the electricity grid. So the orange one, which is the high carbon intensity one, images disappear, functionality goes away, the logo changes. But some of the really big sort of juggernaut to the tech industry are actively working on this kind of approach, and it's all made possible by APIs from organizations like WattTime and Electricity Map. And basically what those APIs do is they monitor and track and predict how the electricity grid is going to be made up in terms of fossil fuels. So the latest version of Windows and Xbox can be set to update only when your local electricity grid is at its greenest, and Google basically chase renewable energy around the earth with their massive data center network when they're doing really high-level compute work. And for those things are obviously great for sort of raising awareness and for educating people. And what I'm showing you here is the Fauna and Flora website, and this is their sustainability statement. We put this website live a few weeks back with them, and this statement is linked in the footer of every single one of their pages. I have asked them to take the picture off of the website sustainability page. Hopefully they will do that soon. But what I really love about this page most is its commitment to the people who are using the website. So websites should be aiming to make the internet a better place for everyone. And at the moment, lots of websites, lots of software, lots of apps don't really think deeply enough about the people who use them and their impact on society more broadly. And we made the planet a stakeholder in terms of the decision making on this website, and we've really reaped the benefits across performance, across cost, absolutely, across usability, and ultimately there is an increase in donations as well. From like-for-like traffic from our marketing, we're getting better conversion rates on this now. So there's a real positive from every angle. Which is why I think this is so important. So human-centered design is definitely exactly how organizations should be working, to genuinely think about how human needs that have to be satisfied and the barriers that people have to go through should be overcome to access a product and service. However, I think we now need to progress beyond that and go towards the planet-centered design, where we consider our impact on nature and biodiversity, water, air, and all the societies that inhabit the planet. So, thanks for listening. You've probably gathered I'm trying to cram a lot into 10 minutes. I'm speaking quite fast. So yeah, there's way more I can say on this, and I'd love to ramble on to anyone who's interested about it, so come and find me if you want. And we love working with organizations like yours that sort of drive this genuine change through partnerships. That little QR code will take you to our website, and if it drains your battery, please come and tell me. Brilliant. Thank you.
Neil, thank you so much. That was absolutely fantastic, hearing about how we can future-proof the planet through technology rather than future-proofing our technology through the planet. That was fascinating. Thank you. So next up, we're going to be hearing from Francesca Farmer and Andrea Wallace, who are joining us from the University of Exeter GLAM-E lab, and they're going to be speaking to us about future-proofing restitution. So over to you.
We are the GLAM-E lab at Exeter, and we work with cultural institutions on emerging issues in digital heritage creation and management. Go check out our website, do a little Google. We're starting to get it up and off the ground. And today we're going to present work that we're doing at RAM, Royal Albert Memorial Museum, of which Francesca is based, to future-proof restitution to the extent that that is even possible, right? So our presentation is, building on years of research, both individual and collective, on restitution, but it focuses on digital and associated materials and rights. And we just want to express like a general gratitude for all of the people who have shaped our thinking, some of whom are in the room today. So, like many others engaged in restitution, RAM has mostly focused on cultural objects and in response to claims that are made. So what we're exploring is how restitution can be proactive instead of reactive, include a much wider scope of materials along with any of the rights in those materials, and reorient restitution around the act of dispossession in a way that's informed by epistemic justice. So with this in mind, I'm going to discuss framing before turning it over to Francesca to discuss our work in practice. So our origin story really kind of begins with a response to the 2018 SAR-Savoy report on the restitution of African cultural heritage, which Mathilde Pavis and I presented at a 2019 Museums Tech conference. The report sparked, of course, international debates on whether and how to return objects held by formerly, oh, I'm not hooked up. Gotta remember that. Thank you. So yeah, it sparked international debate, it led to actual reform, and it made recommendations on digitization, including a radical practice of sharing and the creation of a single open access portal to document all of the works already digitized, and the systematic digitization of other works with the goals of free access and use of all the materials. So in our response, we raised a couple of issues. So first, from an IP perspective, of course, where digitization physically occurs will determine all of the laws that attach to those materials. And second, no national reforms at the time and even now are really addressing the IP or the wider scope of materials that are relevant to restitution. And in fact, many of them actually avoid or even see digitization as a solution, particularly through open access movements like Open GLAM. So the follow-on work is really asking why these materials and the rights are not part of restitution, and particularly in this digital age, and how this should inform future-proofing work going forward. So rather than using a cultural property lens to view restitution, we're arguing for an intellectual property lens. And this is due to the cultural and epistemic importance of all the other materials and rights that are generated around an object from the moment of its dispossession. So you can see here the wide range of materials that we're talking about, and we refer to this as the echo in the collection. And why? Because restitution is incomplete without a full return of all the relevant materials and rights to the individuals, descendants, communities of origins, who themselves are stakeholders that are often disenfranchised from the process. And similar to rights conflicts in cultural property restitution, rights in these materials can also clash and obstruct restitution goals while raising new questions around their ownership and management. So if we leave these things unresolved, we're going to be seeing new inequities about who can own, access, use, control, and commercialize these materials for decades. So intellectual property then becomes a useful lens that can respond to the epistemic injustice and the wider range of materials that are relevant, and such that any restitution strategies that are being developed for cultural property should also then extend to archival and digital collections, the IP, and other legal rights that may have arisen over the dispossession period. And unlike public law, which requires reform for restitution, there are flexibilities in private law, like private property, intellectual property, and contracts that can be used to proactively engage in restitution of the echo. And in practice, that also, sorry, is a process that builds on existing practices in collections and rights management. So the proposals that we're making are not incompatible with existing practice. But thank you. Just keep me going. It's also important to address when the relevant scope should be cast for identifying this echo. So to this point, we look to the echo of dispossession rather than the echo of the object in the collection, and focusing on the historical act that has produced centuries of erasure. And that's because institutions are going to have materials that are not relevant to the echo of an individual object, but relevant to other dispossession that has occurred within their collection. And so these materials themselves also become important to framing restitution. So the effect is to shift the focus from the object to epistemic justice, reparative policymaking, and post-custodial relationships. And that's not to say that legislative reform at some point may not be necessary, but unlike the ownership of the object, the relevant legal frameworks here can and are intended to be modified by contracts. So these are contracts that might assign rights, transfer rights in private or intellectual property. And this means there's a lot of opportunities to explore future-proofing that enables creative thinking around this, agency and participation by restitution stakeholders, and also exploring kind of what the ownership of all the associated materials and rights created in the aftermath of dispossession imply for the future of knowledge development. So in terms of the scope, of course, I think anything in digital or analog form, but we're also thinking about data structures, research data, and rights that may be produced by the institutions themselves. And anything really that has been produced over the period in analog or digital form. Because in addition to the things that are digital, things that are analog can also be digitized. And so this is where we start to see some real potentials for new understandings of ownership and post-custodial discussions. Thank you. So this is why flexibilities in private law are really useful to think about how we reverse power inequities and restore agency around materials and what or whose knowledge gets generated around them. And the goal should be to retain materials, if allowed, with permission and clear understandings of what access and reuse are appropriate. And that includes accepting in-access to those materials should the community of origin request full withdrawal. But also the opportunity to submit to other legal systems. Data governance, indigenous rights, and sovereignty is part of those relationships and the agreements that flow from them. There's also, obviously with digital, an opportunity to think about copies and multiple parties as being owners of these materials, considering that half the world lives in diaspora. So in terms, oh, this is you. Oh, I'll do my job. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, cool. So in terms of the methodology, the work proceeds through 5 stages, which...
Oh,
thank you.
Already failed.
So the first stage is transparency, which relates to collections, associated materials, provenance data, and/or outreach with communities to initiate digital restitution. Transparency refers to the echo in the collection and for the community of origin, but also to the restitution work being done, and we must be open to share, make mistakes, and fail to improve future-proofing over time. And we're working to decenter the institution during the process and before we contact the owners. The second stage, withdrawal, relates to the full withdrawal of any rights of or ownership claims to materials generated over dispossession to the extent it is possible. It supports the reversal of power inequities, opting into jurisdiction-specific legal processes, and rights in the country of origin. So these are the first 2 that we're doing at RAM at the moment. So on a practical level, this begins with an audit of materials. So here is an example of the audit. So we started with a specific object that was repatriated before RAM started prioritizing digitization. We're still in the early stages. We just included a screenshot of the sheet we're using and are still developing to audit the materials and any rights in them. Because we also take the position that this data belongs to the community of origin and it should be their decision to release or publish it. So we started the audit with an initial sweep of the materials and we built it out from there, revising the spreadsheet as we went along. But the materials associated with this object were mostly analog. Most of the materials included correspondence and newspaper articles, and there's not a lot of digital. This pre-digital nature opens possibilities to ask whether digitization is desirable, who should have the rights, copies, and so on. So as part of... Thank you. As part of her art and law class, Andrea's students did a study in 2019 on whether UK institutions were thinking about digital and IP in their restitutions. So maybe you were one of the 60 organisations that received an FOI request a a few years ago. Very few were thinking about digital or IP. A few did not hold digital assets for the relevant objects. In some cases, digital copies were made and retained by the institution and returned with the object. In one case, the relevant record photography was removed from the institution's database. Some digital materials were not returned, but the institutions refrained from licensing them or restricted access to them. In one case, the images were licensed, but not for merchandise products. Only 2 could report how much licensing revenue was generated via the digital images, both of which were paintings, which amounted to less than £500, but most institutions don't track this type of data at item level. This led to us exploring the issue at RAM, which also received an FOI request, but there are increasingly tools like Makutu, which is an open source platform, which is here, that enables owners to control who can access digital archives and under what conditions. But we also don't want to discount the role of digital in enabling more restitution. So the first example is the German federal government and German Digital Library launched an online searchable portal listing objects in public collections that are acquired in the colonial era, increasing transparency. So the idea is that museum data is no longer siloed to increase possibilities for restitution as a result of its centralization. The second example is the provenance research resource at the Met. By making this data available, researchers are able to search the provenance of cultural objects and identify those eligible for restitution, which the Met learned the hard way after a dealer was charged with trafficking and it was discovered that he was involved with an active donor to the Met by a journalist who used the database. But the Met is embracing this and working towards a more proactive restitution because of the transparency their data provides. But it's also important to remember that data itself can be harmful, so it must be approached with caution and on a qualitative basis. This paper explains how data that is created out of bodies that have been oppressed is violence, using the example of the Penn Museum in Philadelphia, which you should all read, it's an excellent article, which illustrates why a qualitative approach to data publication is important, but that even at a high level it can be harmful. Also, it's important to consider with all relevant materials and data given AI and text data mining provisions coming into effect that do not rely on open licenses or public domain status. In these cases, digital access can produce harmful outcomes and undermine agency and control. So yes, in law, there can be benefits to vague language, which is key for future-proofing, which you'd be able to see in the Smithsonian Shared Stewardship and Ethical Returns Policy. Nothing in here precludes digital or digital restitution from being interpreted into the existing policy. Opportunities for building new legal pathways to restitution that go beyond the cultural object, ensuring values and accountability are part of the policy. So thank you.
Yes, and I think as we mentioned, this is very early stages, work in progress, so we'd love to have conversations with you about this. Also, it is, I think, important to do that work before getting in touch with the community and for the institution to bear the costs of that work, right? So if you want to talk to us about that, part of the model for the GLAM-E lab is that we work on edge cases with institutions to produce resources that can continue to be scalable and inform other work that's going on, all published in open access. Yay. So come have a chat. Thank you.
Fantastic. It's really interesting to think about some of the legal and ethical considerations when future-proofing our digital activity. Next up, we've got a pair from the Royal Academy of Arts, Jules and Sarah, who are going to be chatting to us about planning a roadmap for sustainable innovation. So, over to the two of you.
Cool. Hi, not to repeat Ed, but just as a quick introduction, I'm obviously Sarah. I'm Digital Product Lead at the RA.
And I'm Jules, Technical Lead.
So we'll be talking about planning a roadmap for sustainable innovation and development.
So where do we begin? Well, in a bit of a mess, really. The RA digital estate is large, and we have a lot of bespoke applications, multiple websites, and various internal tools used by our curatorial teams. And with all of this, especially back in 2020, a mountain of technical debt. These projects have grown organically with a succession of developers and agencies over the years, a situation that probably sounds remarkably familiar to this audience. and many of the projects needed major upgrades. They were built without an ongoing maintenance roadmap or budget in place. Given that we have such a small team to develop, maintain, and support all of this, none of whom were part of the original process, we knew that we had to simplify our infrastructure as it just wasn't sustainable. Thanks. In particular, well, I should point out that this is the new website, not... In particular, we had a monolith of a website, a decade old, which had become exceedingly difficult to upgrade. In fact, it had even become difficult to deploy simple changes. From memory, our first deployments as a team back in 2020 resulted in total site outages, and then a sense of deployment reluctance caused the vicious cycle of pushing updates further apart, in turn making them larger and more prone to failure. We realized that this needed fixing.
So alongside this mass of technical complexity also sat a wide range of stakeholders throughout the organisation, all with their own unique set of competing requirements. As Jules said, the website had not been reviewed as a whole since 2014, and as a result had become really bloated and repetitive. It's clear that when tackling both the infrastructure and the stakeholders, doing it in one big blast just was not a feasible option. We needed to break the project down into more manageable chunks. To help us prioritise this, we kicked off with a piece of user research, looking at pathfinding through the site. Alongside this, we also held more detailed user feedback sessions for key conversion pages. From this, we gained a really good idea of what was, and probably more importantly, wasn't working within the site. And then we could take all of this data to help us with not only making decisions, but also in gaining stakeholder buy-in. These findings were referred to throughout the project to make sure that we stayed on the right course. And then at the end, a similar set of tests were repeated to essentially mark our homework.
It's a journey. We were aware of our limitations. The scale of the project compared with our resources meant that we had to be very careful with our planning. A key part of this is thinking about sustainability from the very beginning. It's crucial to ensure that product decisions consider the lifespan of a piece of work and what technical support and maintenance requirements will be needed on an ongoing basis, even beyond the completion of the project. We obviously realised that we couldn't do everything. A full rewrite would take too long, and if we outsourced it, it would be too expensive. We had to come to a consensus as to the approach, bearing in mind that whilst this piece of work was going on, we still had business as usual. The summer exhibition, Young Artist Summer Show, ongoing support for exhibitions teams, and the everyday business of the RA. We moved forward with our roadmap considering the following principles: delivering updates in an iterative way, migrating from a monolithic architecture towards microservices, reducing complexity wherever possible, and costing in the time and resource for adequate QA. Using this framework, we concentrated on removing whatever we could, but in other places reusing parts. For example, repurposing our old website as an interim headless CMS, saving time and money. A kind of reduce, reuse, recycle approach, if you will. Without delving too deeply into the technical aspects, we effectively built a scaffold around our existing infrastructure, allowing us to deliver visible changes to the front-end experience whilst also being able to strip away the tech debt from below. Of course, bear in mind, this might not be the same for everybody.
I think at this point it's important for us to acknowledge the factors that enabled us to move through this project so quickly. Firstly, funding. Without the dedicated funding from Bloomberg Philanthropy's Digital Accelerator program, we wouldn't have been able to move at the pace we did. It effectively ring-fenced specific resource to the project, enabled us to focus on multiple aspects of improvement at the same time. So, for example, accessibility and mobile conversion, as well as the underlying infrastructure, and also bring in additional expertise where needed. Which is very neatly onto the second factor, and potentially one of the biggest hurdles we faced during the project, and that's hiring. By this, we mean the ability to afford good quality candidates. Something I'm sure many in this room have experienced, and this is where TPX Impact stepped neatly into the breach. So without wanting to sound like a plug for one of our sponsors, it would be remiss not to acknowledge the advantage that working with the agency brought to us. This is both in terms of the breadth of technical expertise and also the exposure to best practice within the industry. Working with TPX as a blended team approach was extremely successful and enabled us to meet our project KPIs. However, although these factors did give us a big advantage, ultimately they didn't change the overall journey. What they did was simply enable us to move at pace. Had we not had the luxury of the additional budget, the approach we took to break the project down and work iteratively would still have brought us to the same goal. It simply would have taken us a lot more time.
So where are we now? We now have a streamlined website built on modern and sustainable infrastructure, having reduced tech debt along the way and improved our security. We still have some aging components, although much of that has now moved away from being public-facing. Importantly, though, we now have a sustainable roadmap for that as well. With our new infrastructure, we are able to do what users and stakeholders want without them needing to know the technical workings behind it. And from our developer standpoint, we now have a relatively smooth workflow of continuous integration and deployment.
So what does this mean to the users of our website? Ultimately, a new, streamlined component library with a modern look and feel that will help us effectively sustain the new accessible and mobile-first page templates well into the future. To guard against future complexity creeping back onto the site, we also have new processes in place where pages are reviewed upfront alongside internal stakeholder groups to land on a single page objective. The benefit of this is that stakeholders are better engaged in the development not only of their own pages as a whole, but also the individual constituent components that these are made from. From a product perspective, this process brings us closer to the user requirements and allows us to take an iterative approach to components. So initially releasing a basic MVP that is then developed and layered upon as additional requirements are needed.
So a few reflections on our experience. Firstly, preparation. Our greatest hurdle at the beginning of this process was the scale of the legacy that we had inherited. The complexity and unsustainability made it really difficult for the developers, and the resulting delays in delivery were frustrating for stakeholders. The pandemic actually helped us here. As we went into lockdown, we carved out quiet time to dig deep into the infrastructure and carry out a major purge. Without this phase of work, the ensuing projects would have been much, much harder. Keeping your house in order really does have its benefits. Optimize the budget that you have. We're all strapped for cash. Optimizing cloud expenditure can be really advantageous. Even simple steps like turning off test environments out of hours pays dividends, not only in terms of money saved, but also in reducing your environmental impact. As do scaling architectures in general, only use the compute that you need. In our case, not only do we reduce costs, but we also optimize what we got out of the platform by increasing resilience and monitoring. And providers like AWS and Azure have really good dedicated account managers who can offer support should it be required. We've also embraced cloud development environments, which saves the need for expensive hardware, making onboarding of new developers and collaborating with outside agencies much, much easier.
When it comes to optimizing resource, think how best your requirements can be met. There are advantages both to hiring an internal blended team or going with an agency. Pros of using an agency are that you can flex your resource up and down when required, pulling on different areas of expertise as new problems arise. However, without some technical expertise in-house, it may be harder to make the tougher decisions, such as being ruthless about cutting code or being able to translate your stakeholder requirements into technical specs. Managing expectations, this is fairly self-explanatory. What we just add to this, though, is to be kind to your future selves by making sure to build something that is actually easy to maintain after the project has officially ended. So when starting out, ask questions such as, will the skill set required still be available in the team after the project officially ends? Or will there be time allocated in standard BAU to enable regular updates and review? Planning for change is about committing to an overall objective, but not necessarily the road taken to get there. Plan in a bit or a lot of padding and identify early what are fixed and what are perhaps more flexible deadlines and resources. Also, from our experience, plan in a lot more time than you think you need for QA and increase this further the more stakeholders you add into that group for sign-off. Travelling together is a bit of a cheesy one to end on, but I believe communication is the key to all of this success. Throughout the whole process, honest communication really was key. Keeping stakeholders in the loop and using data to support decisions and prioritizations wherever possible really helped us move on and keep that stakeholder buy-in. Making small iterative developments and putting in place incremental rollout that starts from an MVP will help to demonstrate deliverables early, as well as give opportunity for different stakeholder groups to review.
So in conclusion, we know that we still have a long way to go. However, the approach that we've taken throughout this project and the systems and processes put in place on the back of it has enabled us to create a sustainable roadmap that's able to adapt and flex as organisation and user needs change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Both so much. I think a lot of us in this room can appreciate some of the struggles of wrangling a 10-year-old monolithic website. I know I can. Moving on to our last set of speakers for this section, we're going to be hearing from Oonagh Murphy and Giuliano Gaia, who are going to be talking to us about future-proofing your AI projects from an ethical point of view. And they're joining us from Goldsmiths University London and Milan. So over to you guys.
Do you want to come this way a little bit, Giuliano? I think that should work. Yes. Perfect. Excellent. Hi, everyone. Thanks for listening to us today. So we're going to talk a little bit about approaches to AI use in museums and galleries and the different contexts in which I've been working over the last few years, but also the emerging work that I'm doing in Italy with Giuliano. So who are we? My name is Oonagh Murphy and I'm a senior lecturer in digital culture and society at Goldsmiths in southeast London. And a few years ago, 2019-2020, I established the Museums and AI Network through Arts and Humanities Research Council grant. And that brought partners from the UK and the US together to map emerging practices in AI and cultural practice.
Hello, and I'm Giuliano Gaia. I'm one of the old in the field because I still have a screenshot from the very first Louvre Museum websites from '95. I just recently discovered in my desktop, so it's a piece of museum machinery. And I'm co-founder of Invisible Studio Ltd, which is a museum innovation studio, and also I teach digital communication for the arts at IULM University, where the IULM AI Lab is based.
So we're going to do a little bit of a tag team. I'm going to talk and then pass over the baton. So some founding principles that we all know, but I think it's useful to remind ourselves. Museums are data-centric institutions, and we offer a lot to wider society. I think museums have been data-centric institutions since they were born. Wider society is becoming data-centric. So we have hundreds of years of skills and knowledge in terms of taxonomies and creating systems of search and discovery that provides really valuable insights and historical lenses in terms of thinking about contemporary approaches to search and discovery and knowledge creation. And we're data-centric institutions in lots of diverse and really interesting ways. We have data in our collections, but we also have data in our operations and visitor management aspects. So we have these really interesting historical data sets, but we're also rapidly increasing the amount of data that we generate day by day. So as I say, I started the Museums AI Network in 2019-2020. And some of the frameworks that we've published, some of the case studies that we published are now a little bit dated, but the framework that we published around ethical AI development has been surprisingly well-founded in creating a basis for emerging trends and technologies. And so one of the areas that we didn't really look at in that initial study was generative AI. And actually, generative AI, as much as it's been a very emerging technology in the last year in terms of popular consciousness, again, when we think about explainable AI, museums are a really good space for being able to understand how these technologies work. So if we think about the early days of museums and galleries, when people were out looting treasures from around the world, they were digging things up. They came back and they created cabinets of curiosities. They created cupboards full of junk. But they created taxonomies and knowledge. They give these objects power by giving them data. These things could be worth £1 million if I tell you they are, but they could also be junk in a junk shop. And the cabinet of curiosity, the raw cabinet of curiosity that was created by some questionable characters, that we then made into something of national institutions for our curatorial work, well, that's kind of where we're at with generative AI at the minute. All of that junk on the internet that's being created. There was a question earlier about synthetic data. For me, generative AI is very much at the cabinet curiosity stage. But what's really beneficial is that museums moved beyond cabinet of curiosities about 100 years ago. So we have 100 years of knowledge to help people understand these systems. So if you think about it, these object cards that we started out with, that is the idea of creating data and adding value. I'm conscious of my time in our split. This quote I really like in terms of providing some historical grounding to generative AI. During the 17th century, the systematic observation and comparison of objects became a key feature of natural science. And the Cabinet and Museum maintained and even strengthened their role as principal means of bringing together and organising objects in order to attempt to map the world's patterns. Collecting and organising can be a means of making sense and gaining knowledge of the world. So, as I say, we did some foundational work in 1920 looking at emerging approaches to AI. We published this open access spreadsheet, still available. There's about 100 examples of AI in its broadest sense that were being used by institutions at that time. What did this look like at that time? Really useful things, like search based on colour for a design museum. Novel approaches, mapping a museum's collection to images from news feeds, or some move towards predictive analytics at the National Gallery from an operations side. So we began to think about this idea of the term of critical technology discourse. So how could museums and galleries not simply use these technologies, but how could museums and galleries become public advocates for the responsible use of technologies? How could we align ourselves with this movement towards explainable AI? So again, GCSE, IT, back in the day, garbage in, garbage out. Sometimes the headlines around AI make us feel it's beyond our control. But actually, when we go back to basics, AI is simply data processing. When you have inherently biased data in your collection and you feed it through a system that also has bias, we create this interesting model of bias squared. So again, bias squared is problematic, but it's a really interesting point of explainable AI for engaging our historical collections in contemporary conversations. I'm going to click through these quickly. I'm using all of our joint time.
Oh, no worries.
Interesting examples. AI, Harvard Art Museums, really recommend it. Great place to play with computer vision. Go and have a look at it. The other one, I don't think he's here today. John Stack made this for the Museum's AI network, and it's a computer vision tool that lets you see what the machine sees using the Science Museum's collection. So, explainable AI. Sales pitch from me. These are things we made. There's a link at the end. So we created, through iterative testing in workshop formats, a series of frameworks that can be used to develop ethically responsible AI practices in museums, capability framework, an ethics workflow, and a stakeholder management tool. They look like this. They've been published now in Spanish and German, soon to be Italian. One of the things in terms of transferability that I've been very keen on is it is not my role to tell other institutions or other countries or contexts how to do AI. So each translation has country-specific case studies, because I think it's really useful that we share our knowledge, but we also are responsive in terms of how we transfer that knowledge. And so, with that, over to Giuliano, who's going to tell us about the Italian case studies that will happen soon.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So, again, this is to be published in January 2024. And basically, we chose 3 case histories, which we found interesting because they basically relate to 3 main directions where AI application in museums is widely used. For example, the first one is gamification and computer vision. So the 2 things conflate into, for example, this application, which has been developed by University of Florence, and which is a web mobile app. And as you can see, it's quite self-explanatory, the image. Basically, you've got to strike the pose of different, this is the Mona Lisa, of different artworks. And after that, what happens is that when you succeed, according to the computer, in striking a pose, this is meant to be used both in your house, if you want, or inside the galleries. And when you succeed, then the computer tells you that, OK, you did it. And after that, you can download a movie which is shareable on social media. So what we did is that we took these applications and put it into the theoretical framework that Oonagh was talking you before. And for example, here we have a few ethical challenges that could arise from this kind of projects. The first one, of course, is privacy of users' images. You're basically getting images of the users. Okay, so how to cope with this? For example, in this case, they try not to save or not to upload the images. So first of all, keep the images away from the internet as much as you can. Secondly, of course, it's more straightforward maybe, because just the copyright of artworks that you're using, so just follow the usual procedures. Then in every one of these projects, you have got third-party tools. So again, follow or put in or establish procedures for every kind of third-party software that you're using. And then finally, training data sets. Of course, there's bias, as she was saying, even more there's a square bias. So how to use it, what to do about it? Well, be aware of biases, but also we think it's quite interesting to make users aware of biases. So discuss with your users before using, while using. And then, of course, there are lots of other ethical challenges in here. For example, cultural sensitivity regarding certain images or certain poses and so on. So this is just a very first examination, how can I say. The second case history are virtual guides. As we also saw this morning, virtual guides are virtual guides in the form, for example, of chatbots, like in this case. Are quite a hot topic. It's one of the first things that one museum could think about. In fact, there have been many early examples. Personally, I've worked at the Science Museum of Milan in 2002 in creating a very early AI chatbot, and it went horribly wrong because it was like we tried to recreate Leonardo da Vinci, and he was, I think, the dumbest Leonardo da Vinci ever. But of course, the technology was much less evolved than now. This has been done in the Colosseo of Rome. Again, it's a web chatbot. And here, what are the ethical challenges, we think? One, for example, the first one that comes to mind is jobs loss or human job substitution. In this case, what they thought was that they were just providing basic help desk information, so not high level. And also, when we discussed with us, they told us, yes, but it's a different audience, because the audience that would go with this chatbot were not the audience going with, booking a human-guided tour. And this could be something to think about and to verify if it's true. Quality of content. Again, quality of content, as we have seen also this morning, is a very, very important thing. So, for example, in that case, they decided not to use generative AI. They used old-fashioned AI, the one we used till 2019, 2020. This means that it's much dumber. It's less efficient, but at least they've got very strict control on the content. It's very easy to predict what will be put out. And this is also something to do we always need to use generative AI? Maybe not at this stage. Another one is you could also not give guide roles to AI. Because the idea, you immediately think, okay, let's do virtual guides. No, you could also do something which presents itself as not at the level of a guide, but for example, at the level of a peer, or even better, at a level that's something you could teach things to. So, for example, there is the Museum of History of Medicine in Padua. They also do education for doctors, for example. They never intended to create a virtual doctor, but they created a virtual patient, which was much more interesting. Because in this case, human doctors can exercise themselves with an ignorant AI, not someone telling them the truth. And I think this could be interesting. Privacy and conversations, of course, be aware about this problem and also be honest with your users about it. And again, third-party applications and follow usual procedures and all other challenges that you can think about. Finally, the final case history, it's in the Museum of Cinema of Turin, and this is an interactive kiosk application. Basically, before going out to the museum, you find this kiosk, and it says, well, create your AI movie script. So what you do here is that basically you choose the kind of movie you want to create, you choose the year where to set it up, the directing style, you choose your characters, and so what happens is that you got the script and also your movie poster. Okay, this is automatically and can be sent to you and so on. Ethical challenges, well, a lot. For example, you could use it in a very careless way from the how can I say, from the visitor point of view. So it's very important that the museum should create context about it. For example, they were connecting it to the strike, to the Hollywood strike of the scriptwriters, and said, hey, keep in mind that this is happening. You can also ask questions to the user, as they did. So they ask, do you think this script is yours? Do you feel as the author of the script or not? Or who is the real author? Again, they are using ChatGPT, so declare which platform, which AI platforms you're using, which AI tools you're using, and also discuss the potential problems of, for example, ChatGPT. Privacy and conversations. In this case, they have no conversation. So basically, it's all closed questions. In this way, you can also block the creation of, for example, horribly wrong movies, snuff movies, and so on, which can be also important. And then, of course, there is problem of the bias of the image generating AIs, like, for example, Stable Diffusion. In this case, as you can see, it's all, very, it totally lacks diversity. It's very stereotypical, the movie posters that are coming out. So, declare what you're using, discuss the bias of what you're using. And that's it. If you want to download the toolkit and also get in touch and help expand the toolkit, because it's an always going on project, you're welcome, and thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was fascinating. We've got a chance to ask some questions to the speakers that we just heard from. So if some of the speakers would like to come and join us up on the stage for the panel. While we're doing that, I'll just fire up the online questions as well, so we can include those. I'd love to... Oh, have we lost the speaker?
This is for you.
We've got a spare slot if anyone wants it.
I think this means it's for you.
Yeah? I'll go for that. Thank you very much. Bring my laptop. So, I was wondering, just to start, I think we've heard about a lot of different projects, and what I think unites them is that you kind of started by kind of taking a project and saying we want to kind of run in this direction. And I was struck by something that Sarah mentioned about kind of bringing people along on the journey with you. And I was just wondering if I could ask you all about what your advice would be for taking stakeholders in your organisation, maybe beyond the digital team, or an organisation that someone's working at, or people are looking at projects. What's your advice for bringing people along that journey with you? I don't know, maybe, if you want to start.
Yeah, so one of the things that in our work we hadn't envisaged doing, but we did, and I now embed it into all of my projects. When you're applying for funding, whether it's in a business context of looking for budget within your organisation or external funding, one of the things that you have to do at the start is say what your outputs will be. And that's quite a difficult thing because quite often you're making those up, you don't know what they're going to be. That's the point of the process. So for the money that we got from Arts and Humanities Research Council, we had said that we would develop an AI ethics code of conduct, which sounded great when we wrote the application in our offices. But one of the workshops we did was testing different ethics frameworks in International Council of Museum Association, and also from different industries and sectors. And what we realized from that fascinating workshop was a lot of people in the room, many of whom were very senior managers, said either, I've never read a code of conduct, or I think the last time I saw that was 10 years ago. So we said, well, there's no point in making something useless. So we pivoted and we created a toolkit. And so that kind of output being co-developed in the sense that the workshop said, this is the purpose of it, and then us kind of pivoting and being willing to fall on our sword and go, oh, turns out we had a really bad idea. So, like, what do you actually do? Like, how do we make on that? So I think being flexible and not being kind of listening to the room and not holding too true to what you thought was the right thing to do.
Andrea, how does that chime with some of your experiences?
So, well, I would say that re-examining who is a stakeholder in restitution is part of the project, right? And in order to do that, there's, I think, a fair amount of work that needs to be done internally within the institution around unlearning, right? Unlearning certain assumptions that we make about how we treat data or we understand rights and how they apply to them, and also letting go of authority and letting go of some of the things within which we operate uncritically. Yeah. And so that work has to happen before bringing in stakeholders to engage in those processes. But that's the point, right? Yeah. And so it's really important to be thinking about and sharing and being really reflexive about how that work gets done.
And Neil, thinking about bringing kind of stakeholders on a journey in terms of making their organisation more sustainable, particularly when it comes to digital, what advice do you have for people who are kind of starting out in that area?
Yeah, sure. I mean, usually there's some kind of hook related to net zero or some kind of climate emergency declaration. For councils, for example, it's very fashionable to declare a climate emergency a couple of years back. So calling people out on that kind of thing is often, is often a good thing. If they've got that high level strategy or high level direction, show how it can ladder up towards that. And I think often showing how innovative the approach is, particularly around low carbon digital, not many people are doing stuff on this. So if you are doing it, you are more than likely to be one of the largest organizations doing it. So show that you're on the sort of cutting edge and prove those co-benefits around accessibility, cost reduction, security, like bring all of that in and show that this is one part of a more ethical digital, don't just try to carve it out as just planet focus or environmental sustainability.
And Jules, I know you were more kind of on the developer side of the project, but what were some of your experiences of bringing stakeholders along and kicking off conversations as well? I mean, you talked about that kind of break time in the pandemic where we kind of have a bit of a breather.
Yeah, that was really valuable. I mean, honestly, this is probably a better question for Sarah because she deals much more with the stakeholders, but it just communication for me, getting people on board. We were very lucky in that strange scenario to have that opportunity, but thankfully all the team have been behind it.
Yeah, so. That's awesome. Are there any questions from the room? Actually, do we have a microphone? Or are we missing a microphone? You've got a microphone, fantastic. Yes, any questions? I'm looking for hands. Yes, over there. They can be questions for the whole panel or just for individual speakers as well.
Hi, sorry, Susie from the Government Art Collection. I was just wondering about the idea of repatriation of data and information, and especially when you're working collaboratively on projects where you might not be a singular data owner. If you're trying to repatriate data to other organizations or other institutions who are the original owners of that data, how can you kind of both future-proof that and build it into your projects in a kind of understandable way that makes sure that all parties are included in that conversation for the creation in the future, but also how can you look back at projects that you possibly have been part of in the past and how to kind of repatriate that data when it's possible that there are other stakeholders who might not want to do so, when your organisation may be very visibly doing so and therefore making the other organisation look really bad by not doing so. If there's any thoughts on that.
Yeah, sorry, I wish I could look at you. The light is so bright. I mean, and actually Oonagh may be able to speak to this as well, because those questions around rights, how they attach, and especially with data, I think are the very types of conversations and the unlearning that needs to happen, also the labor that the institution can carry, right? So like we're looking at a range of materials in RAM's collection. Some of them are letters, they're newspaper articles, you know, they're all sorts of things. And to some extent, you can return property, right, without then saying, and all of the rights that also are associated with this property have also been assigned over to you. Everyone's going to be subject to the things that we can't disentangle from those materials. But it is important to take those steps. And I think that it also opens up an opportunity to think about the types of relationships that form around those, to where we stop thinking about the way that we manage those rights or the way that we enforce or abstain from enforcing or whatever as being a relationship that stays open, right? Normally we sign a contract, lawyers, I'm a lawyer, they try to wrap up every single thing possible so we never have to revisit it, right? Give it all to us, we're done, boom. And actually, to some extent, if that's happened as part of the data like creation process or the agreement itself, then the institution is in a good place to turn that over, right? But where those rights become joint or shared or owned and prevent it, it is also about kind of saying, this is what we don't have control over, right? We can hand some of this over to you, you do what you want with it, that sort of thing, but here's what also may be restrictive around the use of that data going forward. And so, like, I don't think that there is any perfect solution to any of it. It is, again, this future-proofing. Someone said it earlier. It's about the journey, right? And it's about starting to actually learn from those experiences and demonstrate, like, through grace, right? Without centering the institution or bringing people in for bad practice in a way that kind of makes people shy away and feel that like sense of not being able to act. Yeah.
Jules, I think in that, there's actually a really interesting parallel to what you were talking about in terms of this kind of legal approach to trying to cover every single possible eventuality, which seems to be where you end up with a kind of monolithic kind of project that's very unwieldy in a monolithic website. I mean, what are some of your thoughts about that kind of idea of outcome versus kind of over-planning and finding that sweet spot?
Oof, that's a good question. It's very tricky. I mean, I think we covered it in the talk where we were really ruthless with what we wanted the organisation to have. Some people would argue probably too far, but it's a good starting point. You know, so just have what you need, and really think carefully about what you need to bring in, get rid of things, you know, on a sustainable level. Do we really need it? And it does upset some people. It does hurt some feelings, but we can always come back into that, and that's kind of the approach that we took, where we just had something that everybody had a go at, right? It had a bit of everything, and it didn't work, and it was just too much. So we're trying to scale back, slowly bringing pieces back in again, but trying to do it in a way that onward new joiners at the RA can handle and understand.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Any other questions from the room? Just looking around. Yes, we've got someone at the back just over there. Mike's just making its way over to you now.
Thanks. This is really regarding environmental impact of digital. What would you suggest for very small or very low budget organizations as like a first step or an early stepping stone towards greener digital practices?
For a very small organisation, you say? First of all, look at what you've got. Like if it's that small, it should be like versus what you were describing from an RA perspective, having hundreds of websites and all of those kind of things. If you are a small organisation, hopefully your digital footprint is already like manageable, quite small, so you can audit straight away, and then look at your supply chain and look at. I personally, my favourite thing, I think, or key thing to do is say, do we need to have the presence that we've got in a particular data center? So can you move yourself? Can you move yourself down a few tiers in terms of payment on a data center, which is going to mean you know taking out certain environments or shutting certain things down? That's definitely the best one. And then think about if you've got a website or other apps or those kinds of things, think about the usage of those. So that bot blocking point that I made earlier about blocking robots, yeah, that for me is the next most important thing. Just stop at a source having so much traffic to your website, which is offering you nothing. If you've got loads of traffic going onto the website that is just slowing it down, just get rid of that as soon as possible. And then if that's your sort of website, more traditional sort of digital footprint, but I think it's important to also look at the hardware that you've got within your organisation as well. So there's lots of technology obviously within museums and within cultural attractions. Can you buy refurbished technology? Can you make that last longer? There's loads of great organisations which allow you to buy refurbished laptops and refurbished devices and that kind of stuff. So I would look at it from that angle as well. But yeah, just try to stop spending as much money. Not saying you are spending as much money as you can in data centres, and try to get down those tiers as quickly as possible.
Oonagh, can I bring you on that question about what smaller organisations might do when they're thinking about projects from a kind of AI museum project point of view? You've got a limited budget and limited resource. What are some of your thoughts and recommendations about that?
Yeah, so I think I'd pick up a lot of what Andrea said in terms of not getting bogged down and therefore doing nothing. I think the key is doing the best you can within the mission and vision of your organisation with the resources you have available. And that's a very non-specific answer because it's different for different organisations. But that might simply be that you use ChatGPT to run a family workshop, or you use some generative AI to create a film for social media. Great, do that, that's fine. Think, how can we as education institutions use that as a teachable moment? Yeah. So how can we use technology but also see it as a mechanism of explainable AI as social purpose institutions? So I think that's it. It's use it, it's fine. But just say, oh, actually, well, we have a social vision, we have a purpose here. We can explain what we're doing and why.
I think I'd just like to take this opportunity, actually, a small plug for our kind of GISC mail list. There was a really fascinating conversation on there, I think a couple of weeks ago, about AI guidelines for organisations. And I thought what was fascinating about that was different organisations kind of sharing the kind of starting points that they put together. So I'd really point people in that direction. You can find that on our kind of GISC mail site.
And I think the other thing just as well, which is, I think empowering, but also quite negative. But if we look at what museum professionals did 100 years ago, we're mostly quite cynical and we don't think they were very good at their jobs, but they at the time thought they were. So I think there's a moment of freedom to go, do you know what, in 10 years, people will be going, what were they doing? And in 100 years, when the planet's on fire, people will be going, what? They cared about like AI ethics in the museum. There was like a global planetary crisis. So I think there is a moment of doing the best you can with what you have in the current situation, but also the freedom to know that the future will judge you harshly, even if you were well-intentioned.
For the record, I think we're all brilliant at our jobs on this panel, just to kind of clarify. And we've had a question through from Zoom. Based on your experiences, I think this is one for the panel, based on your experiences working with future tech partners who are coming from a tech-centric perspective or speak different languages, what strategies do you find most useful in terms of onboarding the team? I don't know where we want to start with that one. Maybe Andrea, if you want to kind of think a bit about bringing people on board, maybe and think about kind of that kind of different, like, international angle.
So one thing, because my broader work is looking at kind of how institutions can, and I hate this word, leverage, right, stuff for what those relationships can be and their potential. And I think especially everyone's cash strapped, everyone's worried about funds. So much of my work is looking at like digitization and how collections are digitized in open access and what follows from open access, right? And I think there's a potential for reimagining what these sorts of relationships are so that the curatorial like expertise of the institution or the ability to like think critically about some of these questions in ways that sometimes tech doesn't have that capacity because smaller groups of people, the know-how is focused on a different task, really starts to open up a better and more reliable revenue source and potential for kind of teaching. And that kind of social public purpose that we all want museums to serve in a way that doesn't currently operate through digitization and licensing models that focus on like the collection itself. Yeah. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Any other questions from the room? Just having a little look around. Yes, over there.
So bright. It is so bright. We could never be Beyonce.
We're really sending the team running around the auditorium as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. This is a question for Jules.
Hi, Jules. I've heard tech leads before say, oh, we just pulled down all that crap and built new, shinier crap. Sorry, a different and new and improved, wonderful, sustainable, efficient system. I'm wondering if you could tell us just a couple of specific tactics that you've employed in your implementation that you believe will outlast your tenure as tech lead.
Gosh, that's a really good question, and I'm hoping that they will outlive. Yeah, it's an interesting, good question, because I mean, there's lots of different approaches to what we've done, and one of it is build it all new again, and then it needs to be build it all new again 2 years later. So what we've done is build a little bit of it new again and try to keep what we had, with the hope that we can eventually remove that. So effectively, nothing has changed for our teams internally at the RA. So things like our CMS, the training has remained the same, so that knowledge will pass on. Little things like that. Where we've built layers on top, we've tried to use products that are now much widely understood amongst new, younger developers. Things like that, so that hopefully when we bring on new members of staff, it doesn't take them 3 weeks to get a project running on their laptop, right? They can just follow the documentation and get on with it. That may change, but that's kind of the approach that we've taken.
Neil, I think there's an interesting crossover there with what you were talking about. I mean, it struck me when you were talking about making websites and other digital kind of processes more sustainable. It's about simplicity to a kind of greater or lesser degree. I don't know how that kind of chimes with your experiences in that angle.
Yeah, definitely. It's about principles as well. I think that's the main thing that's going to live from the talk that you were doing. That's the main thing that struck out to me, that will outlast your tenure. What are you talking about? Retire. Point soon. No, but I think the principles that you've put in place seems to me to be the thing. And I think if the planet is one of those, alongside multiple other ones, that's the thing that's going to drive the most amount of change. Because when new developers or new product owners or new QA people, whoever join, they will be inducted in indoctrinated, is that the right word? Maybe that's
let's go with indoctrinated.
Yeah,
why not?
Let's go for that. Brainwashed into those things, and that's what's ultimately going to mean that. I think there was a comment earlier about a well cared for book will always outlast a website. I think what we're hopefully trying to prove is that a well cared for website can just continue to go on, and there will be different bits that are stitched, but you don't have to go through this cycle of exactly what you were saying. Build something, it's broken 2 years later, rip it down, and then let's rebuild it again. We need to get to a sort of plateau point and just think about this continuous improvement, and that's really that's what we want to try to do.
Any other questions in the room? I'm going to do my surveying the horizon again. Yes, over there.
Hi, Oonagh, I have a question for you regarding the AI. You said when you started working on the framework, you didn't even consider kind of the Gen AI. Obviously, our world's completely changed since then. So what is next for the framework? That's one question A. Question B would be, what do you think at the current level of maturity, where the museum sector and any other industries are at the moment, and the speed of the development of the AI? What are the biggest challenges now, or what can you predict in the kind of near future?
Yeah. So I think first question on the toolkit, which was what happens next with it. Was that right? Yeah. So the toolkit in itself is quite an interesting document. It was initially designed to give to people who took part in the network so they could show their boss what they'd done when they'd been out in jollies. And then we were meant to write book chapters and journal articles, which we did, and no one's read, because, who reads academic stuff? The toolkit has been a lot more successful than we envisioned, and had we known where it was going to go, we might have done some stuff differently. But the translations weren't planned. They were kind of sought after from partners. And the kind of Italian translation is also that case. So the framework itself is standalone, and it's a frame, it's a set of questions, it's a set of prompts, and it's not specific to any AI technology. And so far it has held its own in that it still seems to work for generative AI. So we hope that will continue alongside the development of future technologies. The case studies are still, that we published in 2020, are still interesting, and to be honest, for most organizations that aren't a big national, they're probably quite innovative still. I think for some of the big nationals, they'll probably go, those case studies are a bit dated now. So that's the first question. The second question was, oh yes, challenges in the future. So in terms of emerging, I think, and it was raised earlier, I think synthetic data is going to be a really interesting challenge going forward. Not just for museums, but again, I think museums serve a really useful space in terms of explainable AI. So I'm working at the minute with the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Museum in Geneva, which is the museum of the Red Cross, on a program called Digital Dilemmas. And it's creating a space in this idea of a museum as a space for activism, and bringing together artists and humanitarian actors to explore emerging technologies. So we have a workshop in 2 weeks with an artist called Marta Revolta, and she is running a workshop looking at images of drone sites in war zones, but she's also created synthetic data. So she's used original authentic images from war zones and created synthetic data. And the workshop is going to try and be an artistic intervention on explainable AI and synthetic data creation, primarily for humanitarian actors who are using these images in their day-to-day, but actually pressing pause and giving them space. It's not life or death. They're not technical people, they're operations people, they're looking at war zones, but actually how can museums be a site of explainable AI? So I think that's quite an interesting emerging space. And I think that was all your questions. Yes? Yes. Yes. Excellent.
We've got time. We're going to go to a break in a moment. We've got time for one more quick question if anyone's got one. Otherwise, we've got some hot drinks for you.
Can I come back in on that question about maturity of AI, if that's possible? I just think, I mean, not maturity within the museum sector, but I think that what is worrying for me as someone like from sort of watching AI from outside of, from, yes, within the industry, but I think the pace at which artificial general intelligence is going at is concerning. And I think that there is a definite lack of maturity within that industry. If you just see what's happened recently with OpenAI and the sacking and reinstating of multiple different CEOs at what is essentially the leading AI company. Because the reason that happened is because there were a bunch of people who were so concerned about the next level of AGI that they actually wrote to the board and said, this is too much. And the organisation isn't even mature enough to deal with that properly without it becoming a bit of a soap opera within, in the press. And that concerns me because the maturity is so low because it's not inclusive. There simply aren't enough people. There's a tiny fraction of people working on this stuff. And a lot of them are, look like me, mainly American, but look a lot like me. Fortunately, it's not inclusive enough. It's too fast, and there's not the quality assurance or inputs from other people who it's going to affect, not the long-term thinking. So I think that's what's worrying about the maturity of AGI, particularly artificial general intelligence.
That's amazing. Thank you. So I think that's all the time that we've got for questions, but do come and find our speakers in the break that we're going into now. I think there's so many conversations that we can continue here on, through the break and into the pub as well. So definitely do that. We're going to go to a break now. We've got about half an hour, so we'll reconvene at 4. I think there are some stations up there and also down the side here for refreshments. So please do get stuck in. And we'll be back for our final slots in about half an hour. Thank you all so much. One more round of applause for us.
People clap, I always clap. I'm like, ah.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. We are now in the homeward stretch. We've got one last collection of 3 talks, and then we'll go through to a panel in the end, and then the pub. So this panel that we've got next is themed around digital preservation. We've got 3 separate talks, each of which will take 15 minutes. Before I go straight into the talks, I should very much thank our sponsors who made this event possible. Without their generosity, we could not afford to put this event on. Yes. Very much indebted to TPX Impact, our headline sponsor, who've been referenced a couple of times in the previous session. Numiko, our secondary sponsor, Substract and Supercool, and finally Association for Cultural Enterprises, who are putting the cash up behind the bar that we'll go to later today. So, digital preservation panel now, 3 talks of 15 minutes, and then we'll have half an hour at the end for questions. So, the first of those 3 talks, we've got Kist and Maria Economou from the University of Glasgow. I'll tell you more about their talk immediately before inviting them to stage. That will be followed by Mia Ridge, who's a digital curator at British Library and also a past MCG chair. The title of her talk is Looking Ahead so that we can look back, legacy planning for digital projects. And last up, we've got Kevin Gosling, Chief Executive of Collections Trust, and Andy Ellis, Director of Art UK. And the title of their talk is From Single-Use Content to Fair Data, How the Museum's Data Service Aims to Change the Way We All Work with Collections. But first up, I'd like you to join me in welcoming to the stage Cassandra Kist, Research Assistant at University of Glasgow, and Maria Economou, Professor of Digital Cultural Heritage at the University of Glasgow. The title of their paper is Collections Image Metadata, Aligning Documentation Practices to Respond to Audience Needs. And they'll talk for 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, can you hear us okay? Because it feels a bit Kylie Minogue-like, a little bit with that. I'm Maria Economou, as you just heard, and I work at the University of Glasgow, where I'm Professor of Digital Cultural Heritage. I'm delighted to talk to you today with Cassie Kist, who was the co-I and main researcher in this project. We're going to talk about trying to improve access to collection image metadata, which was a team effort in collaboration with National Museum Scotland. So we had a team of lovely colleagues, Chanté Sinclair Inglis, Pam Babes, Hannah Norfolk, and Agnes Neil, some of whom none of them were able to come to London, but some of them I think are on Zoom. So hello, if you can see us. And we worked together on this project, trying to align documentation practices to be more user-centric. So I'll give you very briefly a background to the project and some of the key questions we tried to address, and then I'll pass on to Cassie, who will talk to you more about the overall approach and methods we used, go through some of the key findings, and finish with a little bit of the wider lessons for the community and the sector, both practitioners and kind of academics studying and looking at documentation overall. And don't worry too much, because we will try to keep in time, so we'll go quickly through the findings, because we have the open access kind of long report that I think probably the only person who has read it is Georgina, so well done for that. Because somebody said earlier nobody reads academic papers, and she proved that this is wrong. So our project tried to address, I think, one of the biggest challenges that after all these years of working in this area, a lot of you working in this area, all of us together, we still haven't addressed the semantic gap, by which we refer to this disconnect of what are the keywords and terminologies that users use when they're searching for stuff, what do they want to find, and how do the staff inside the cultural organizations are documenting them, and how they do not meet most of the times somewhere in the middle. So users don't end up finding what they want, and things are not as discoverable as we would have liked. Our project was a fairly short one, but compared to others that I've kind of managed, or was the PI, which was much better funded and much longer, actually was very interesting, and in a very nice way for us yielded really interesting results, maybe because we had such a great team from the NMS. Our project was based on an earlier project not done by ourselves, but it was funded by TANG, the Towards the National Collection, that most of you must have heard about, as part of one of their COVID urgency ones, that showed, when they were studying the use of the National Museum Scotland online catalogues for quite a long period of time, about a year, there was a very small percentage of that online collection that was ever accessed by anybody. Can anybody guess? We can have numbers of what percentage, not the people who talk to me over coffee, but what percentage of the collection was actually ever accessed? 5 others? Less than 1? 2, less than 2%. So the answers indicate it's not an NMS problem. I think we all know a lot of that stuff. So we do more of the stuff, but not necessarily the deep engagement that our guest speaker mentioned earlier today. So that led to our project, and we've got the quote there from one of the NMS staff that we talked to, showing that with institutions, especially of that size and diversity of collections, the historic information, documentation practices make it difficult to kind of change and adapt quickly to what we think users need. So they also don't have the luxury of time to do the kind of research that we were able to undertake. So things like the Knowledge Exchange Fund that the University of Glasgow provides was a good match to bring us together and try to address some of these big questions. How can we make, was one of our aims and big questions of the project, how can we make the terms that are used for the images of the collections more accessible? And we're talking about online collections here, but the documentation practices are the same even before you put them online. So how can we make this more accessible to users, and how can we go closer to what they would use, the words, terms, processes of how they would search for what are the kind of themes, what are the paths that they follow, as well as the terms. And secondly, how can we use all that information that came out of the research to bring changes and actually on the ground inside the museum and sort of address the legacies of information practices and IT systems that I think all of us are working with, because I said I'm professor of digital cultural heritage, but actually have a joint post at the University of Glasgow. And my point 5 of my post, I'm at the Hunterian Museum, the University Museum, where we're also dealing on the ground, not just theorizing and doing research about collections and having very diverse collections ourselves. So I know those, the kind of not just finding out what users want, but implementing it in practice and trying to change inside in the organization is not an easy task. I managed to kill, okay, it's only killed there. So without taking too much longer, I'll pass on to Cassie to tell you how we went about it and what we found.
Perfect, thank you. So to investigate these questions and to understand a bit about what terms the public might be interested in searching the collections by, we undertook multiple methods. The first is that we did a survey, which we distributed through social media, some practitioner channels, and through the museum's Search Our Collections portal as a pop-up. We had 132 participants. Importantly, there is some bias in our data, as the demographics mainly reached people who identified as female, white, and Scottish, which was likely because of our own networks, so keep that in mind. And we also did 10 interviews with users, which was a combination of practitioners, students, and the public who are interested in cultural heritage. And these interviews involved a mind mapping activity where we explored a theme that was very popular in the surveys, which was underrepresented histories. And in these interviews, we also did a card sort activity where we invited participants to group together images of the collections in whatever way they pleased. We also did a content analysis of over 1,000 search queries, which was from a 2020 to 2021 data set that was generated as part of the previous TINK project that Maria mentioned. And we also undertook interviews and discussions with the museum staff, and we facilitated a workshop with the museum staff to try out our keywording framework, which was an output of the project that I'll talk about in a bit. So just to give you an idea of what these research tools look like, I have some screenshots on the next slide. So here is a screenshot of the survey, which was kind of the meat of the survey. We had 4 images of the collections where we invited survey participants to apply terms that they might search the image by, which was of and about the image, essentially. And on the right, we have some of the terms that resulted there. This is a screenshot of a mind mapping activity where participants mapped out what underrepresented histories means to them, which was, as I mentioned, a prominent theme in our surveys. And this is a screenshot of a card sort activity, and you can see the participant here grouping together the sample of the images collections into different groups. So now I'll jump into the key findings.
So number one, the general terms for types of object, people, or things were most common in our query analysis and in the surveys, so very basic terms like ring, vase, or woman. We also observed participants applying more socio-affective terms and ways of searching. And what I mean by this is that we observed some visual terms such as color and shape, which were rare in our search analysis, but more common in the terms applied to the images in the surveys. There is also some interest in the relation between the collections and social context and identity. So people were searching things related to holiday, season, role, gender, and personal interests. And as I already mentioned, searching and browsing the collections by the theme of underrepresented histories was most common in response to a question that we asked in the surveys. And when participants were invited to map out what underrepresented histories means to them, they first connected this to different aspects of identity, such as ethnicity, gender, sexuality, and then they connected it to individual community narratives and experiences, for example, of migration and homelessness and mental health. Finally, in our card sort activity, participants grouped images of the collections based on certain narratives. For instance, someone grouped images together based on what they thought might be women's history or industrialization. And then others grouped them together based on function or design. Example is objects used to be or for use in work or to be used at home. So based on these findings, we made a series of recommendations to National Museum Scotland, which also raised wider challenges about documentation practices and future-proofing, which I'll talk about now. So to the museums, we suggested for applying keywords to collection images that they should prioritize general terms for types of objects, figures, or things, including roles. And second priorities may include applying terms connected to individual or community experiences, for example, those associated with underrepresented histories. And also applying terms that might be a bit more socio-affective, so having to do with color or shape, and those that relate to social context and identity could enable different entry points into the collection's images. So to help National Museums Scotland staff implement these things, we developed a keywording framework. And if you follow the QR code up there, we have a different stylistic version of it and our full report available there. Essentially, it contains a series of questions meant to guide whoever's applying keywords to images to prioritize the types of terms we observed in our research findings. So in creating this framework, though, a number of challenges are raised and a number of questions still left open. So for instance, who applies keywords to the collection's images? We talked about, should it be staff? Should it be volunteers? Should it be the public? We also discussed what thesauri should be used, or if it should be a combination of bottom-up and standardized vocabulary. We also discussed if collection images should be applied keywords to collection images should be applied before or after the accessioning of objects, and also if automation or AI could tag images in ways that capture the types of terms people might be interested in searching the collections by. And finally, we also thought about crowdsourcing, and if this is a possibility within the scope of the museum, to crowdsource or work with community groups to trial and refine this framework or to build up vocabularies. So in thinking about the ways forward and how to embed these frameworks into documentation practices, a number of themes emerged, which also require wider changes to documentation practices, and I think speak a little bit to future-proofing. The first is the importance of cross-departmental exchange and working. So for the project, we facilitated a workshop with National Museum Scotland staff to trial out the keywording framework. And we found that it was extremely useful to bring together, for instance, learning and access staff, digital, and the collections department to exchange perspectives and ideas regarding changes to documentation and keywording. During this workshop, staff also suggested the importance of maybe having a buddy system. So this could be both kind of a practical support system to check each other's terms and what your colleagues think, but also an emotional support system to overcome kind of fears of doing things wrong or applying wrong terms. Thirdly, transparency was really advocated for by staff. So in this project, I'm thinking about changes to documentation practices, but also other projects happening at the museums, including those addressing colonial terms and also applying warnings for sensitive collections. Staff advocated for being transparent about these changes and making it visible, these changes that are made and the organization of data and systems. And finally, because these questions are not just relevant to National Museum Scotland, but also the wider cultural heritage sector, it's really important to have some sharing and exchange between communities of practice. So we're really thankful for the Museum Computer Group to host this today and for us to have a space to exchange and feedback. So we really look forward to your questions. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions as well, you can contact us at our emails there, and our report is at the QR link there. Thank you.
So we've now got the second of our 3 talks, and this is with Mia Rich, Digital Curator at the British Library. The title of her talk is Looking Ahead So That We Can Look Back, Legacy Planning for Digital Projects. And she's going to talk, in her talk, she's going to present 2 case studies of legacy planning for digital projects at the British Library, LibCrowds and Living with Machines.
Okay, thank you everyone, and for sticking through to the end of the day, and the MCG for a fantastic event. And thank you also to the reviewers whose suggestions helped me improve this talk. As Georgina mentioned, I'm going to cover 2 case studies, but first, just to get this out of the way, British Library in the BBC News, fantastic. Not so good because we had a ransomware attack, so some of the things that I wanted to do in preparation for this event I wasn't able to do, like put things on the repository because nobody wants to spread ransomware by putting things on a repository, or blogging because we've been asked to not for the moment. So best laid plans and all that. The first project that I'll talk about is Living with Machines. It's a very large-scale project, about £9 million in funding, had about 35 people in the team across time, lots of changes in personnel in the project. I like to include this slide because I always want to make sure that everyone knows it was a huge team project, and credit should be spread really widely across the team for the many, many different outputs that they produced. We began talking about it at the British Library with the Alan Turing Institute in about 2017, and the project launched at the end of 2018 and finished in July, August this year, so really long-term project. In contrast, LibCrowds was a project began in the library in 2015 as a kind of experiment. We renewed it when I joined the library. We relaunched in 2017, but it was only ever run by sort of 3 of us in our spare time, very much as a kind of building on research that I'd done, but also building on the library's work in early crowdsourcing projects like the georeferencer, and the lessons that we learned from that about different kinds of relationships that we could have with readers or audiences through these participatory projects. The point of this was always to be an engaging project as well as a project that produced data. And hopefully one day we can use the data produced to improve machine learning. At the time, it wasn't possible. So hugely different projects in scale. We didn't have any core funding for the LibCrowds project. We used software called Pybossa and customized it extensively using a Vue.js JavaScript library. So that meant that we were kind of out of the loop of updates. Everything that we produced throughout the project was available as CSV files, so people could download data that helped create as soon as they created it. We documented it on, the code is all on GitHub. We documented it through newsletters in particular, blog posts, and on the internal British Library wiki, and through lots of presentations. Living with Machines has a much, much bigger footprint. That's what you get for £9 million. We had a lot of small working groups within that project, and even those small working groups could be between 5 and 10 people. And there were maybe like 5 to 8 of these working groups working on different aspects of the project over time. Each of these working groups had incredibly complex outcomes, We're working on the second project book at the moment. There's been many chapters, conference papers, published in a range of different disciplines, from sort of cutting-edge natural language processing through to the kind of historians producing monographs after many years' worth of work. We have machine learning models, we have data sets, we have original newspapers digitized, we have lessons learnt. So lots and lots of different kinds of outputs from the project. And because the project was so long running, some of the people who were there at the end weren't there at the start. And we lost a lot of institutional memory at different points in the project. And one of the aspects of that was a bit tricky as well was that Turing, rather than providing us with the research engineers throughout the project, they had people at one point rotating off every 6 months, which is kind of hard because you've barely got people going and then they've disappeared again. So there's a lot of bits and pieces of the project that disappeared when people were gone, and we didn't have a chance to talk to them about legacy planning and how we'd document what they'd done. So 2 reasons for sort of planning sunsetting in the case of the LibCrowds project and planning legacy for living with machines. Someone mentioned earlier today the idea that projects, they can degrade over time, and the web is terrible for atrophy because browsers change, JavaScript libraries change, databases lose connection, people forget to renew domain names or security certificates. There's lots of reasons why things on the web are quite fragile and fall apart quite quickly, and I didn't want that to happen to this project, in part because of the responsibility that I felt to the volunteers on the project, who, some of them had invested masses and masses of time. By the time the project finished, we had 250,000 contributions from over 3,000 volunteers. And that's registered volunteers. We didn't need you to register to take part, so we had a lot more people coming and transcribing part of a playbill, making that small contribution and then moving on. But importantly, having an experience of the British Library's collections without having to come to an exhibition or do the scary thing of going into the reading rooms. When we lost our permanent research software engineer, things became really difficult to maintain, and that happened about the time that the pandemic lockdowns happened, which meant that a lot of people were really getting into crowdsourcing projects because volunteering online was a much nicer option than doom scrolling, which is sort of the other thing that people had to do otherwise. So we had immense amounts of demand for uploading new items, but the processes began to fail more and more often. So it was clear that the performance was degrading over time. And I'm also very aware of the history of museums technology. So not only being a former chair of the museum's computer group, but looking back at how things have changed and also the sense of the memory in the sector being lost as we have waves of redundancies through austerity measures or for many other reasons. We're kind of constantly reinventing some things, so I think recording what we've done can be really important. It doesn't mean you have to keep the site up forever, but have some kind of way of knowing what it was. And in Living with Machines, I felt a huge responsibility to maximize the value of public money we were spending in making what we'd done as easy to find as possible for as many people. So not just academics, but community members, other GLAM institutions. And I also wanted, someone mentioned this, I think George mentioned the idea of like staff in 100 years' time working at Flickr. I'm aware that in an institution like the British Library, and probably all yours as well, it's not always easy to find out why a decision was made or even what that decision was. So I wanted to not leave that same kind of situation behind. I wanted someone to know where to go to find the contracts or the copyright clearances or whatever it was that they needed to find. And also this enables follow-on projects, but I think also that idea of sharing is caring that is so common to this sector is a really important motivation for me in this work. And that didn't necessarily carry across to all the academic partners who hadn't had that kind of experience before. Maybe think about preprints as a version of sharing, but hadn't thought about documenting projects in quite the same way. So we spent some time with some of the team looking at like what's the bare minimum that you could do for these different kinds of outputs. So if it's code, obviously your repository should be public, but there's a huge difference between really open source software that welcomes contributors and something that's just online and there. The project isn't resourced anymore, so we can't manage pull requests. So some of the repositories maybe give the impression that they can be, but unless someone still has a personal interest in that particular code library, a pull request won't necessarily even be used. So that, if you don't speak GitHub, that's the idea that you make a suggested change and someone approves it, and then it becomes part of the product going forward. So they can be more static than they might appear, and that's a kind of abandonware is quite a common sort of thing. But hopefully the code that's there is solid and people are taking it, using it in different ways. For data sets, making sure that things like the license, and we had a copyright officer, which is a fantastic addition to our project, who could help us make sure that as much as possible we had documented the license under which we were releasing something and the evidence behind that basis, so that we could be really clear and others in the library going forward could always be confident that they had the ability to justify different decisions. Copyright is murky and horrible, and I'm glad that other people are very expert in dealing with it and I don't have to think about it too much. But just knowing that I wanted a really clear license statement. A basic kind of README so that people would understand why they should care about something. So not only the kind of like the functionality of this function does this, but like what difference does it make? What would you use it for? How would it change what you can do with your collections or with the kinds of work that you're doing? If we can get into a kind of advanced process, then showing examples of use, linking to people who've used something is a fantastic way of going about things. Some platforms like Hugging Face, where you can put machine learning models, which is basically a lot of statistical files calculated. You can see how much they've been accessed and if they've been reused. It's that kind of ability to report back to funders and to your institution about the difference that something has made, and some of those metrics can be really important. And for all the publications, I really wanted a human-readable blog post, so something that described what the latest machine learning model, the large language model, or the fuzzy OCR, something that would describe that in really simple terms. So if you're a project manager or a leader, or just someone who wants to try and get something done, you don't need to know the technical language and the jargon to find the tool. The blog post points you to the more technical information. That was also challenging for academics because we sort of have a rule of thumb that blog posts should be 500 words, and they're barely getting started at 500 words. So it's quite hard to actually do that. And for the admin documents, it was a multi-partner project, so there were lots of legal and contract files and forms and things spread out throughout all these organizations. And the Turing in particular has a lot of throughput of people, I think. So their institutional memory is a couple of years. The libraries tends to be longer. But I wanted someone to know, I don't need a copy of this contract stored, but I need to know where to go to get it if we get audited or if we're asked questions about how things happened. That's partly in response to when we started the project, trying to find digitization decisions and other decisions from 20 years earlier is really, really hard. So again, it's kind of like learning from the pain that we went through and helping people not have that pain again. So what we did for LibCrowds was put it in all the web archives, so Internet Archive, UK Web Archive, but also used software called Web Recorder to record how the site functioned, because as a participatory site, the interactions were particularly important to me, so not just the static pages. Web archives are getting better all the time, but sometimes they can miss something. So we wanted to have a kind of backup of a recording, sort of like a screencast of how it was to use the site. For Living with Machines, we've got over 100 items in the research repository that the British Library runs on behalf of a number of other organisations. Some work is still going on that. But I think one of the key things is that I spent a year planning for legacy for the project. So the day after I opened the exhibition, I turned around and started planning legacy for the project. I had to do a lot of explaining, and I didn't do enough to explain why it's important, because I've worked in museums and libraries for so long that I just kind of forget that other people don't think about how will someone access material in the future. One thing that we did find useful is depositing early and often, so things that were put in early would start to be used, and then we could report that back to the researchers, and that helped them understand why it's worth doing this. And sometimes a little bit of academic jealousy or a little bit of like museum, library, archive jealousy of like, why are they getting attention? It's because they've done this thing. That can be quite helpful as well. And as I mentioned, being realistic about your code, it's one thing to share it, it's another to make sure that someone is actually able to use it and get how it's going to change their lives. So one of the reviewers suggested that I share some suggestions. So you can use research repositories even if your institution doesn't have one. You can use Zenodo, Figshare, Archive. There are different preprint servers where you can deposit lots of different kinds of things. So not only articles, but you can deposit data sets, you can deposit machine learning models, all kinds of things. Sometimes if you work for a GLAM, there might be some relationship with another institution that you can also use to deposit things. Hugging Face is becoming a bit of a hub for machine learning models, and obviously not everyone has machine learning models to deposit, but it's one of those things that it's just good to know it exists. It also means that you can go and look there for things that you might use in your own projects and reuse results from other GLAM projects. Blog posts, I think, are the key here because institutional memory comes and goes, but blog posts hopefully stick around for a long time. And having something available externally is more reliable than having something available internally because someone internal needs to know where to point you to find things. But blog posts are discoverable through search. So put things externally, it's more findable than things internally. And as I said, you can use the web archives and do your own screen recordings if how a site behaves is important to you. I don't know of options for apps, but I'm guessing there's probably at least screen recordings that you could do. So thank you for listening, and I'll take questions afterwards, I guess.
Brilliant, thank you, Mia. And now the final talk of the day before we go into the panel with Kevin Gosling, Chief Executive of Collections Trust, and Andy Ellis, Director of Art UK. They're going to be talking about a new initiative from Collections Trust, Art UK, and the University of Leicester, which aims to pave the way for an ecosystem of tools and services that will make it easy to create content like exhibition text with one eye on the future for reuse. So thank you, Andy and Kevin.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to brilliant programming by the committee, this talk will actually sort of bring us full circle and come back to some of the things that the speakers were talking about this morning, and in particular, George talking about the fact that a lot of the collection records that you're all working with are really quite thin, and actually what audiences want is that kind of richer contextualizing stuff, and funnily enough, as we all know, our colleagues down the corridor have been generating this kind of stuff for exhibitions and learning materials and in participatory projects for decades, and yet as a sector, we just let this stuff slip through our fingers. So we want to talk about how this new shiny thing that is still being built, the Museum Data Service, might help to address that with your help as well. And just a quick sort of show of hands. How many of you work in museums where your exhibition text is routinely archived and connected back to the object records? Anybody? 3, I'm counting. Yeah, so it just doesn't happen. And as someone who's worked on exhibitions, it's heartbreaking. You spend months and months of your life, toiling over every syllable of every word until every caption is like a sort of highly burnished haiku, and then as soon as the stuff goes off to the exhibition designer, the text just goes in the digital bin, never to be seen again. I mean, this quote is from 1997. Can you imagine if we had been capturing all of the exhibition text that all museums in the UK have been producing? What an astonishing rich resource that would be. This morning, somebody talked about empowering collections, and again, as we know, colleagues have been doing this stuff for decades, doing all kinds of wonderful participatory work. We kind of get community groups, we explore hidden histories, but we neglect the important bit that was supposed to happen, which is we actually value those contributions and those insights enough to actually note them down and manage that knowledge. So for institutions that are supposedly in the knowledge management business, museums have been really, really bad at this. This is just a quote from our Spectrum standard, the UK collection management standard. And this is from the use of collections procedure. And we do not know really of many museums out of the 1,700 accredited museums that we kind of work with all the time. Hardly anybody actually manages to do this. So it's a real problem. But another shout out for Bloomberg Philanthropies, with thanks to Bloomberg and their Digital Accelerator program, and also with follow-up funding, which puts us on a path to sustainability from AHRC through their infrastructure strand. Art UK, Collections Trust and the University of Leicester are working on this new thing, the Museum Data Service, and here is the website which we just launched a couple of weeks ago, which is designed to be super green. We went to a designer who specializes in this. We thought, let's start as we mean to continue. So this is a very low carbon impact website. At the moment, this is about how the service will work and an invitation for museums to express interest in sharing data. Andy's going to talk about the timescale in due course. But just in a nutshell, what we're aiming to do, I mean, the headline is we want to gather together all object records from all UK accredited museums, and then a bunch of other institutions that work with Art UK, so those public art collections that are kind of already part of Art UK. There's no prescribed schema. We've learned from projects that have failed in the past, so we will take data however museums can provide it. We'll do a little light mapping using Spectrum's units of information as a kind of pragmatic sort of Rosetta Stone for all this data coming in from different sources. Museums will be able to specify how much or how little data they want to share. This is not an open data project, so we're not insisting on any particular license. So we'll just make the stuff available with whatever license the museum is comfortable with. And in some cases, they won't even have to share the data at all. So small museums that currently have one license of an antiquated collections management system on a 1990s vintage desktop, will be able to share their data with us and then just give access to their own staff and volunteers who currently all kind of gather around when they're working on projects. So it will help even if the data isn't necessarily made public. So this is not a data publishing platform. It's not kind of business to consumer. It's business to business. It's a data service, hence the name. I should also say we're not getting involved with images, so we are aware it's a problem. It's a huge problem, but it's not one that we can tackle. It's just prohibitively expensive. So, images will have links to them where they exist and are available online, but we won't be ingesting those. There'll be a public interface, and then users will be able to access the data that is licensed for such use through APIs, through downloads, and then the bit I'm really going to focus on in this presentation is the bit at the top, new and enhanced data. So in a sense, the bringing together of all that raw material is the least interesting thing about this project. I mean, that's kind of basic digital plumbing, should have been done years ago, and let's just get it done and get it out of the way, and then start to think about all of the other things. So that's what we're going to do. And we're also working at various levels. So the top level, we just want to make sure we've got good information about names of institutions, how services relate to branches, what the alternative names of institutions are that might crop up in legacy data. That, at the moment, sort of exists in a patchy way, but we'll just kind of go through and make sure, at least for accredited museums, we've got it sorted. Second level, we just want to bring together collections level information. There was a project that many of you will remember called Cornucopia. That's a bit long in the tooth now. We're going to draw on the collection development policies that every single accredited museum has already written. They've already described the highlights of their collections. It's sitting there in the museums. We'll just bring it together and publish it. Talked about the object records. We think there might be 80 million of them. But level 4 is the bit that we're really focusing on in this presentation. So I'm going to hand over to Andy now. There you go.
Thanks, Kevin. So let me take you through the timetable. So the funding from Bloomberg was agreed at the end of last year. And throughout this year, Knowledge Integration has been building the core museum data service with a dozen or so early adopter collections. They're from each of the home nations. They range from big collections such as the Science Museum and St. Andrews University down to Tenby Museum and the Gospel Diving Museum. So it gives us a very, very good range. As Kevin says, a couple of weeks ago, we launched the website. Thanks to Kevin, it describes MDS absolutely brilliantly well, so do look at that. And then in the next week or two, the beta version for the next set of collections to deposit their data will be launched. We've had since the Museums Association conference over 20 institutions expressing interest, adding another sort of 3 million records to the 2 million records that we have already. In the spring, another part of the Bloomberg funding will allow us to launch the Art Data Transformation System. So that's Art UK's asset, and that will allow us to then take the artworks out of the data repository and bring them onto Art UK. And in parallel, Art UK will bring the images on where they exist. And just to give you a sense of what this means for Art UK, which is obviously one of the reasons for our participation, it will allow us to double the number of artwork records on Art UK in 6 months. So it's taken us 20 years to get to 300,000, and in the next 6 months, we'll double that. In April, we'll launch the public interface, and then the big launch of the Museum Data Service will be in late May. And by then, we would expect to have about 100 collections on the Museum Data Service, and we would hope almost all of the 1,700 high-level descriptions of the collections in the accredited museums. And then as we show here, half the accredited museums on the site by 28, and then in 10 years, all of them. So in terms of governance and management, as you can imagine, there's been a significant amount of consultation. The National Gallery Trust paid for a pilot which involved 10 collections, which was principally around testing the harvesting mechanisms into Art UK. There's been also advice taken from Intelligent Heritage. Adrian's here. The Open Data Institute has been deeply involved in terms of the principles of sharing data and the ethics around that and risk associated with namely Corn around data privacy. And at the moment, the assets are basically sitting in Art UK as we're managing the grant, but by May, when the grant comes to an end, we'll have moved it into a 3-way joint venture, a company, by the end of May, and then in due course, as soon as we can, it will be turned into a registered charity. So Museum Data Service will be a company and a registered charity. It will be managed by Kevin with staff seconded in from the 3 partners. As we said, there's no images, so it makes the management costs of this very sustainable in very low hundreds of thousands of pounds a year. In terms of governance, there will be trustee representatives from each of the 3 partners and an independent chair. And then there'll be a user advisory group made up of the existing early adopters and an open call to other institutions who are using it to deposit data. And so please remember that. And finally, there'll be a strategic advisory body which will help us really locate Museum Data Service squarely within the strategic priorities of the museum sector, the HE sector, and the funders. So finally, from me, as Kevin said, this is unambiguously a B2B proposition. That said, though, when the public interface goes live in late April or so, if you are a student trying to find all the Roman helmets around the country, from the existing institutions on it, you could use it to do that. It won't be very elegant, there won't be any images, and obviously what you see will be dependent on what the collections have allowed to be shown in terms of what they've determined they would like to release. So the principal users are institutional users, and we show here 4 groups really. So Kevin, Collections Trust, University of Leicester, and Art UK sit on towards the National Collection Steering Committee, so we're very familiar with the research needs of the HE sector in terms of big data sets from the museum sector. And so those researchers will be significant users, and already we know from the discovery projects that there is an interest. Secondly, in terms of museums, there are a number of ways in which museums can use this. Obviously, individually in terms of searching for records, they might be searching for records, those Roman helmets, to use in an exhibition or part of a disposals process. They might use it to create online access to certain records. They might use it to share data with other museums, for example, through subject specialist networks, and also just simply as a backup. And then obviously, in terms of platform, and Art UK is the first major use case of the Museum Data Service. This means, going forward, there are no sort of custom exports needed from collections to bring their records onto platforms such as Art UK or indeed Europeana. And as you can imagine, this will help us grow very dramatically the number of records on Art UK, principally bringing in all those works on paper that are not on the site at the moment. And then finally, in terms of developers, many of you sitting in this hall today, we really feel that the supply of data in such large quantity will create its own demand, and that ecosystem of tools and services will grow round the Museum Data Service. Kevin.
Thank you. Thanks. So one of Collections Trust's motivations in getting involved with this was to really try and solve some of these kind of big sector challenges. And this problem of how we turn what is at the moment kind of ephemeral single-use content into reusable data is one that we just think is the holy grail of kind of collections management, and we're really kind of keen on doing this. And we're working with 4 small museums at the moment with our Arts Council funded hat on, and these museums have got projects that they're working on or they want to work on, which typically involve collaboration with people who don't have editing rights to the collection management system, and in many cases kind of don't really have access, or there's not an easy way of even giving them access to the raw material in the first place. And those scenarios up in the Museum Association conference a couple of weeks ago had multiple conversations with people who had variations on this theme. Everybody's got these kind of projects, everybody struggles with it. We started to kind of tease our way towards a solution with this towards a national collection funded project that happened in COVID, making it fair, so collaborating with the Archaeology Data Service, Adrian Cooper, Knowledge Integration, and Culture 24. And what we tried to do in part in that project is to just, in microcosm, just experiment with how we could help museums that wanted to put content out onto social media, but do that in a way that without them having to do any extra work, we could just tie that content up with a nice little metadata bow and send it back to what was at that stage a mock-up of the kind of repository we're now building. And it worked at a small scale, and we're really now ready to start thinking about scaling this up. So that's the new and enhanced data bit is really what we're trying to focus on, but we need your help because this isn't something that is going to happen by itself. So we've got a metadata schema, we'll soon have APIs, we're going to have test data, and we're really hoping that developers will kind of join with us because we're not just building a system here, we're kind of laying the groundwork for an ecosystem, and let 1,000 flowers bloom. What we really need are tools that will help people to work with creating content, and then to be able to put that back and park it in the Museum Data Service. So there we go. A few next steps. Look at the website. We've got a newsletter. There are some events and briefings. And if you're a museum and you'd like to be part of it, there's a form. Please do sign up. Thank you.
Brilliant. So we've now got just under half an hour to ask questions of the speakers. Maybe I've got questions, so I'll go first, and then the roving mics should be around for any other questions from the audience. So my question is probably more relevant to Andy, Kevin, and... oh, yes, let's sit down. Yeah, okay. Good call. I don't think there's space for me, so I'll carry on standing. Thank you. Sorry. Good stuff. So thinking about findability with big data sets that you're working with, this is probably more relevant to University of Glasgow's and Museum Data Service talks. I was interested, Cassie, in your comment about getting survey responses, but inevitably it's easier to get survey responses from people that are in your immediate networks. And throughout this conference, we've talked quite a lot about sort of bias and, even using AI. AI has bias built into it. So getting to the end of my slightly waffly question, I'm interested in sort of how we get round bias but improve findability. So do we look at other big data sets like Google search and the volume of general global searches that are going on using competitive search intelligence tools? So I suppose to ask a specific question, with the Museum Data Service, how are you thinking about findability and findability amongst quite a sort of broad audience?
Yeah, it's going to start fairly basic. I'm not going to lie. So this is the start of work that is going to take many, many years and many partners. So our job is really just to bring the raw material together as it is at the moment and do enough light mapping that you can start to make sense of it. Beyond that, then there are going to be all sorts of research projects, all sorts of users are going to enhance the data, they're going to work with it. So it will build up over time. And I think that there are some really interesting, really sort of conversations emerging, with university partners who want to start doing AI-related things, to do that kind of entity recognition, to start sort of making semantic links with authority files and just sort of enriching the data in that kind of way. And so I think it will grow over time. So it's taken over 100 years to get to this stage of being able to bring data together. So a few more years really working on the stuff and really enhancing it. I think we can wait for that.
Brilliant.
And say something a little bit about the findability bit. I don't know how many of you had the chance to do some kind of project to look at who your users are, but I suppose although we're very conscious of the bias that we set ourselves, it was a very small scale, a few months kind of length project. I think the principle behind it and working with practices that you try to find the time and resources to look at your users and you use that to inform your documentation practices is the long-term kind of lessons, whether you are a very large organization and you've looked like at millions of data, or whether you look at a smaller sample. And although they were predominantly white, female, a lot of them Scottish, despite none of us being Scottish, because of the networks that were distributed, some of the things we said about the findings, that people want to search by shape and physical properties, they want to search for something Christmassy, they want to search that something that relates to themes that connect to some of their stories, kind of with trends to, and reference to some of what the other speaker said earlier today. I think chimes with quite a lot of other findings. So it's not necessarily just the National Museums of Scotland dataset specific.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's really interesting. Any questions from the audience? Brilliant. Do we have a... Thank you.
Thank you. That really built the tension. Better be good now, isn't it? Thank you, everyone, for the excellent presentations. Really thought-provoking, really enjoyable. I have a sort of response to one of the things that Kevin had to say. I'm trying to formulate it into a question. I'll see if I get there. Really interested in this idea that there's so much effort that goes into the curation of an exhibition, so much knowledge production involved in that, and your point around how so often so much of that gets lost and what a kind of tragedy that is. I was involved in a project a number of years ago that was an attempt to see how immersive technologies might be used to capture something of the lived experience of moving through an exhibition. And the idea for that project was that an exhibition, of course, is far more than the individual artifacts within it. Not only do curators spend a lot of time writing all that information that goes with it, they spend a huge amount of time thinking about the spatial layout of the exhibition itself, and they construct narratives, and they cluster objects and position things in a way that communicates meaning to visitors. And I guess trying to turn that into a question, it's do you think there's any mileage in revisiting that with a sort of emergence again of immersive, that we might think about not only archiving individual objects and the associated records with them, but could we make an attempt to have a kind of a spatial archive, an immersive experience of what the actual spatial layout of an exhibition was?
Yeah, and I think that they're not mutually exclusive. So, and I guess in a way it's comparable to, say, the Internet Archive, will archive a website, as it appeared, but actually it's also useful to be able to treat the content that went into that as fair data that can be kind of linked back to specific objects and treated in a data-like way. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive at all.
Easily hung at the institutional level in the data framework.
Yeah.
And can I just add, someone in the, I think Tony in the Digitisation studio at the British Library, he records our exhibitions by taking in a 360 camera and just taking different points of that. But it doesn't have a presence on the website because our website doesn't really have a digital, we don't do microsites for exhibitions in the way that other institutions do. So, and I guess with the service not taking in images, there's no link between what he might have and the other records of the exhibition.
Any other questions? Brilliant. We've got one over here.
It's a question that kind of spans across a few things, but I was just thinking about the search on the website, and you're talking about, the National Museums of Scotland, which obviously has an incredibly diverse collection, and I thought it was really interesting the kind of terms that you were describing being used for the National Museums. I work with predominantly a kind of art gallery, fine art collection, and the sort of terms that we get are completely polar different than the terms that you were sort of describing. And I was wondering, did you have any other website or data searches that you had used as comparison, or was it purely based on the functionality of the National Museum's website? And then also kind of moving in almost to the museum data service to follow that up is looking at how users, specifically the public, might use the museum data service to access these very varying collections. How is that going to affect the way that you are designing the front end of the museum data service for public users and for people who might be using the museum data service for these sorts of search functionalities?
You made us, you have to say a few of the terms first before we answer that. What kind of stuff were people looking at?
So predominantly we find that people are searching through periods in history, so kind of art periods, and also we find a lot of our search is based on locality and also specifically names of artists or works.
I think that's really interesting, and I'm sure it's different for each institution as well. So I think what we found was very National Museum Scotland based likely. We did look at user queries that were generally across the collection, so we didn't look specifically, say, at natural history only, which, who knows, maybe would have given a slightly different result, but generally we found general terms were most popular across our data sample. And
we did look at the bibliography, quite a lot of other studies that sort of chime with this, so it's really interesting, and I think the answer is a little bit towards the end, that we need to talk to each other and make this transparent and share it, so we build a more sort of qualitative and in-depth as well as the quantitative and bring them together so we have a more full picture.
In terms of the answer to the MDS question, we just need to stress again, this is unambiguously a B2B proposition. whilst there is an interface, and the public would be able to look at it. As I said, it's not going to be very, very elegant. It's all about the institutional users of that data, such as Art UK and others, who then have that job of making sure it's searchable by the ultimate audience.
Yeah. But we will be using, so some of the AHRC funding that we've got is for a distinct piece of work to research the kind of minimum viable product that we'll launch with, particularly with academic researchers, just to get a better understanding of how they want to work with the data, which would then result in scoping some more advanced functionality.
Brilliant. Yeah, lots of questions. Brilliant. Maybe and maybe if you say your name and where you're from, so we have a bit of context.
Oh yes, I'm Stefania Zardini, Science Museum Group. I work for Congruence Engine, so I was really interested to hear about living with machine concept of legacy. And I was wondering, it seems to me that we're kind of moving towards from kind of product-like platforms and digital projects that anyone can access, and you can see the output and you can engage with the content, towards something that it's much more complex to understand. So I was really interested by Mia Ridge's points about being able to accompany the projects with blog posts and trying to kind of convey this complexity. And I was wondering if you can expand a little bit more about the challenges on doing that, especially because in our project, which is one of the 5 tank projects, we are working with a lot of different contributors, but and we are struggling in kind of trying to convey beyond the community of co-creators and contributors. And I think this is one of the biggest challenge for the next years in terms of designing with AI, how we can convey what we are doing as museums, as community of researchers. And yeah, just to understand a little bit more how have you dealt with this complexity in terms of communicating to broader audiences the project and the missions and the output, which are different?
Yeah, thank you. It's hard because there's not necessarily a natural match between academic research and bloggers. People who write in long form, very careful language, heavily footnoted, versus chatty, accessible, jargon-free, quick to read, written in a web style, so very scannable. People aren't necessarily taught those skills, so it's an intimidating thing to ask people to do. So I think understanding the barriers for people in blogging and working with them to overcome them. So maybe do Q&As. When we started the project, I had everyone do an introductory blog post, so they've at least seen WordPress. I set up a kind of template of questions to answer. That was just a bit about them, their experience, something they'd read or seen recently, which is designed to overcome that first post thing. So right when they started, they've already written one post and seen that kind of has an impact on people in the project understanding who they are, because it was such a big project. But I think what gets measured gets, but basically if you report on how often things are accessed, so one of the BL team, Olivia, wrote a blog post about using JavaScript for visualizations, and that has been, I think, viewed over 3,000 times. So I could mention that as the kind of impact that people would have, and then others would be like, oh, I didn't realize that it could potentially have that impact. But I think for each project, the barriers will be different. But in the Science Museum, there are lots of people who think about marketing and public engagement, so maybe do workshops with them and helping the project team kind of understand things. But I think, like a multi-pronged kind of approach. And there's still like one major outcome that doesn't have a blog post. I live in hope that they will create one day, because you need that level of translation that doesn't have acronyms in it for people to understand why this is such a fantastic piece of work.
Was there another question up here? Yeah. Gentleman in the middle. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Paul from Welcome. This is a question for the Museum Data Service thing. I didn't quite follow the link between the kind of the ephemeral nature of exhibition content and the stuff that we would give you, You know, if I'm not capturing that at the moment, how does the museum data service help me capture it?
So what we're really trying to encourage is the development of tools that will link back to data that is in the museum data service. So records that are deposited with us will have a persistent identifier, and you can then therefore create bits of text and put metadata around them to say, actually, this bit of text has to do with this object, and then we'll also accept that kind of data according to the schema into the data repository, so there is somewhere to park it. And even big museums, I mean, I was talking to somebody who is hosting one of the Curating for Change projects in a major national museum, and this fantastic project. It's kind of got lots of funding, working with disabled people, getting kind of different perspectives on the collection. The host museum doesn't want that stuff anywhere near its collection management system. Thank you very much. So what to do? Where's it going to live? We'll provide somewhere for that kind of content. And it's particularly useful in a collaborative situation where you've got lots of museums, or a museum working with people who don't have the technical resources themselves. And I would also include within that people like subject specialist networks, which are often fantastic, do amazing work. They do collection significance reviews, but then they're not geared up to future-proof the results of that work. And we've had countless scores of those being commissioned at vast cost in the last few decades. And where are they now? They're nowhere. So we'll provide a repository for that kind of content in a way that can link back to specific object records.
Brilliant. Any more questions? Oh yeah, quite a few. Whoever you can get to first, I suppose. Thank you.
Hi, this is a question sort of crossing Mia's talk and the MDS talk. And Mia was articulating, and I think really strongly, that explaining what the hell you're doing really helps with the legacy, but also helps explain what you're doing. And I wondered how far the MDS was building in that transparency. We suffer, and I've had this conversation severally today, about how poorly we cite museum records, where it comes from, how poorly we document our own collections, even in our documentation policies within a generation or within a change of staff. We have very poor legacies about what's held in documentation systems. Knowing, I came back to a collection I worked with and everybody was on Google, not in the database that I'd carefully crafted for 10 years. So how are you going to model, present, and continue to show the sustainable things that will lead to a legacy that makes sense? So what I mean is, with your data, where is the context? You talked about transparency, where it comes from, who did it, why they did it, when they did it, what they were on about, what the situation at the time was in that institution, with the beautiful diagrams that George showed this morning about the changes in departmental organizations, classification changes, language changes. How do you have that intrinsically built in to what you will present? Because I think without it, we're in the same position we've always been in, which is we have a lot of stuff, we know a bit about it, the data is thin. What the hell is it anyway?
The answer to that is yes. So knowledge, knowledge integration are really pleased with this. They're kind of working on it at the moment, and there will be dashboards, and there will be some really clever visualization. So the kind of thing that George was showing, which fields are populated. We'll be able to tell how recent data is, both at the level of an institution, but then across the entire data set as well. So I think there'll be there are three levels of research possible here. One is the kind of the people who want Roman helmets. The second one is kind of museological questions about collecting practice, documentation practice, being able to range across and visualize and analyze data sets. And then the kind of the informatics stuff where it's just a lot of big messy data that you can play with. So I think it will work at all three levels.
Any more questions? We've got time for a few more. Yeah, maybe that gentleman there. Thank you.
Hi. I had a couple of questions, but I thought I'd start with the notion that you were looking at the issue of what people searched for. So then the Museum Data Services is creating a business-to-business system where you will provide data where other people will create user interfaces that people will search. So are you going to set up a two-way structure so that you can absorb what people are searching for, where the data is used, so that you can recommend to people how to describe your data so that people can find it based on what they're searching for?
Joe, I thought you'd ask quite a difficult question. I think, without a doubt, our aspiration would be to do that. But quite frankly, at the moment, you can see where our focuses are in just terms of delivering what we've described to you.
Yeah, and also I would say that we don't think that all of this is our job. So we're providing the basis for an ecosystem, but actually this stuff will all be there and all will be available. So there'll be all kinds of research projects and others and commercial developers who will be able to pick this stuff up and help be part of the ecosystem. So, we don't think that this is something that we necessarily need to do.
Oh, okay, the other question I was going to ask you, and I'll ask this with the full knowledge of what you've just said about the limits of what you're working on. You're talking about capturing the legacy of exhibits. And we had a talk earlier today talking about the the environmental impact of storing huge big models and these sorts of things. So we have a PhD student. I'm from the National Gallery, Joe Padfield, by the way. We have a PhD student who's looking at recreating 3D environments based on historic information. So he's looking at how do you store the metadata that can then be used to create multiple instances of the same 3D environment based on art historical discussion. So given that the MDS is looking at storing data, I'm just curious if you'd envisage that in the future, you might look at storing sort of exhibition records as data. So object X was in position Y in room 4, rather than big 360-degree archives or virtual environments that will stop working when the software changes. I was just curious about that extension of where the metadata might go beyond, obviously, you're working where you are at the moment.
Well, we would have that kind of data if the museum recorded that data, and they also wanted to share it with us. So not all museums will share everything with us, but some, particularly the smaller ones who want to use us as actually the backup of last resort, which I think will be a powerful motivation, then, yeah, if that data exists and they're willing to let other people use it, yep, that will be in there.
We've probably got time for one more question, if there is one. Looks like there's one gentleman at the back there. Thank you.
Hello, Łukasz Kowalski from History of Science Museum and Museum of Natural History at Oxford. My question also relates to the MDS. You've mentioned backups as an added benefit to the institutions. I mean, a backup of data by the virtue of existing in your system. I just wonder what priority does preservation in general have on your list of priorities? Are you planning perhaps to build in a system of multiple copies of the same data geographically distributed? Is this something you would consider?
I don't know. This is where the kind of, yes, I'm sort of running up against the limits of my technical knowledge here. But one of the benefits, so just to sort of, one of the benefits of having the University of Leicester as a partner is that at the end of the Bloomberg funded period, then Leicester will take over responsibility for running the core infrastructure. So we'll kind of have the heft of, that environment and that expertise. So I'm sure that will be uppermost in their thoughts, but I don't know.
And the bar will be set very high in terms of backup standards for that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm sure.
If I can chime in here, if you're not already talking to the Digital Preservation Coalition people, they're good people to be in touch and definitely talk about those kind of issues.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So we are at time now, so if everyone could join me in thanking our speakers. We're not entirely done for the day yet, so if Mia will stay here and Daph will come down for the final panel.
So we're nearly there, everyone. It's just our final panel to go, which is on future-proofing the MCG. So as sustainability is the theme of the conference, and we are having some big changes coming to the MCG committee over the coming year, we thought that this would be a good opportunity for us to reflect on the MCG and sustainability. I'm Sarah Middle. I am the outgoing secretary of the MCG, so that's one of the changes. I'm also a postdoctoral researcher at National Museum Scotland. And I'm joined by former MCG chair Mia Ridge, our outgoing MCG chair Daff James, and announcing our new MCG chair Georgina Brooke. So we're going to start by having a brief discussion amongst ourselves, and then we're going to invite some questions in from the audience. So I'm going to pass over to the other panel members now to introduce yourselves.
Hello, Davies. I've done my welcome already. And even though still MCG chair for another half an hour, I was previously head of digital at National Museum of Wales, but then moved to Public Health Wales, so jumped to sector, even though I hung around for a bit. And have been MCG chair for 6 years now. And before that was on the committee for, I think it was around 4 years. And yeah, been to probably, as I said, probably around about 15 of these conferences. So very familiar with the MCG and the conferences.
Brilliant. My name is Georgina Brooke. I've realised I didn't introduce myself in front of the panel, but the advantage of that is that you won't hear this twice. So I am a content strategist at One Further, who's a corporate member of the MCG. I think I joined around the same time that Sarah joined and that Daff became chair, so around 6 years. In the last 3 years, I've been treasurer, so making sure we can fund the conference each year. And yeah, it's really lovely to now be in the position to take up chair for the next 3 years.
So I'm Mia Ridge. I was chair from 2011 to 2017, I think. And prior to that, I was a committee member for 3 years. And my time in the committee spanned my work at the Science Museum, time doing a PhD, and then my work as a digital curator at the British Library. And I think one of the things about having stepped slightly away from museums to working in libraries is just my sense of how special not only the museum technology field is in general, but MCG in particular, that combination of in-person online events and the mailing list and the fact that you tend to run into people again and again over the years, I think makes it a really strong and special community.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to start off by kind of being a bit more reflective and looking back. So I'm going to ask the panel, what have the MCG done so far to help promote different forms of sustainability in the sector?
I think I can fill in some of the past. I think the Museums Computer Group has always had to respond to changes in the sector. So when I was chair, we were still really dealing with the change of government and the resulting austerity measures. The redundancies at the time, a massive loss of capacity in the sector, not only because people left, but also because people who stayed were sometimes doing the job of 2 or 3 people, and there was a real sense of people being stretched and burnout. So we adapted the membership model. We started doing more thinking. We used to run spring and autumn events, and we changed how they were organized so that there was a bigger event, usually in London, and a smaller event, so that we weren't trying to do so much as a committee, because I think it's hard for a volunteer committee, particularly at a time when the sector was really facing some challenges, to manage those events to the kinds of standards that we wanted. And we adapted the membership structure then as well, and that's when if you're a member of the mailing list, you're a member came in, and I guess we're always reflecting on what the sector needs and the kinds of models that make sense for people. But at that time, rather than charging a membership, linking membership to your membership of the discussion group was a way of having a membership model that made sense in terms of like the structure, the kind of boring administrative legal stuff, but also created a sense of community, I guess.
I think, you know, the point around the MCG flexing to what is going on in the sector is a really important one. And obviously the MCG is going to have to continue to do that. It was set up, I mean, it's pretty retro name, Museum Computer Group. I really like it. But, you know, we did have conversations, oh, is it the Museum Digital Group, as we were getting less maybe IT, less systems focus, you know, to involve some of the engagement practice that's going on. But actually, you know, it still is inclusive of all the things that we started out discussing back in
1982.
1982. Mm. Wow. And the discussion list, you know, that's the one constant, I think. Mm. And that is a really good archive and a really good source of information for everyone still, going back to 1998. So, you know, we've been talking about digital preservation, collections online now, and I bet if you went through that list, if you had the time, you could find, you know, a lot of those conversations just come around again. But actually, what's really interesting, some of those learnings have been taken forward.
I think it's really strong that being a member is just signing up to the discussion list, because that is the kind of heart of what's valuable about MCG. You know, these conferences are brilliant, and we've got lovely ideas of how we could extend the role of MCG, but I think there is something really valuable in that discussion list. You know, it's not complicated, and our name is still a bit old school, but I think, I was saying that, to Mia over lunch, it feels a bit like how an element of how the internet could have been if it wasn't all dominated by monopolies. It's just a group of like-minded people crowdsourcing responses to questions that we all find interesting on a not-for-profit basis. And I think that's so powerful, and, you know, such a sort of key values part of why I enjoy working in digital in the sector. So that, I think, is what we're all keen to sort of retain and protect in the future-proofing of MCG.
Thank you. And thinking more recently, so over the past year, how has the MCG committee been working to sustain both the MCG and itself?
I mean, COVID was a bit of an issue for us, as it was for all the organisations represented today. And I'm really glad that we did sustain it, to be honest with you. Doing the online stuff was like, oh my goodness, we can't do it in person. What are we going to do? We did what everyone did. We went online. And I think that was an easy, natural move for us, but actually, technically, it was quite difficult to get in place. Yeah. And there was a lot of learning around it. And, you know, we depended on the technical skills, on the programming skills of our volunteers. But as a group of volunteers, you know, being scattered across the UK, we were kind of used to connecting over things like Zoom and Teams, etc. So I think, you know, that was that showed that, you know, that I guess as a group of like-minded individuals and quite a strong network within the sector meant that we were all keen to chip in and ensure we were, you know, keeping an eye on what was going on, even though we were drawn into really challenging times within COVID, and, you know, as were the organisations as well.
Yeah, COVID was my first year as treasurer, and so it was a bit of a different conference to run. And we had a lot of discussions amongst the committee about how to cost a virtual conference, because at that time there hadn't been all that many virtual conferences, and we made the decision to do a pay-what-you-can model because we knew people were having a difficult time. There was a lot of people going through redundancies and recruitment freezes at that point. That did mean that we lost money on that conference because a lot of people paid £1. But we had great attendance. But that has meant that for certainly my last, the second 2 years that I've been treasurer, sort of getting the finances back up to where they were so that we can future-proof ourselves, so that we are you know, we can put a deposit down to rent a venue and feed people. But this year has been really successful in that way. So going into 2024, we're in a good position to do more of this again.
Didn't have anything to say because I wasn't on this year. But.
I mean, what we've done as well, I mean, in terms of sponsorship, it's been really useful this year to engage with partners in different organisations to help us be financially viable. And we kind of went through a slight dip with that, and I think today, we're seeing the value of it. And in terms of those partnerships, I think we've got to think beyond the financial viability and think, okay, how do we partner with companies to help us run the conference? What are the skills that we can utilize? What's the experience we can utilize from some of the agencies that run these things, so that we're not putting too much pressure and maybe too much, time on people who have day jobs and are volunteers to sustain what we're seeing today.
Thank you. And for those audience members who shockingly did not attend the AGM, would you be able to give a brief update on some of the big changes coming to the MCG next year?
Well, so you've covered some of it, I think, Sarah, but yes, we do have a new exec. So Sarah leaving those mighty shoes will be replaced by Ed, who I'm not quite sure. You probably have seen Ed today. He's been, he's brilliant. He's been very proactive at directing everyone to lunch and also behind the scenes doing an awful lot. So it's brilliant to have him as part of the exec. And Russ, who was wearing that very dapper waistcoat earlier. So Russ will be taking on from me as treasurer. So we've got a good, healthy exec, and we've all worked together before. Putting on this conference, and we've also had quite a few new submissions for regular committee members, which is also really, really healthy, including some that nominated themselves and got voted in today. So we've had 6 new additions to the committee, which is fantastic.
Be careful what you wish for. I think, with bringing new people, that's one thing that we can benefit from constantly with the MCG, is the influx of people that want to help. Or want to participate. They see the value in this, and the real strength is it's a program of stuff done by the sector for the sector, which is really great.
As well as any other changes. Covered finance. We talked through membership. We've sustained good levels of corporate membership this year. We talked through comms. I think the exec is the main sort of changes that came out, and the committee changes that came out of the AGM.
And I'm leaving as well.
Yes.
I don't know if I mentioned that.
That's a big change.
And how can we ensure the longer term sustainability of the MCG, kind of beyond the short term?
I guess that, this is something I feel a bit like I've only had about half an hour's. I suppose you're still technically chair, but I have been thinking about this, even if I'm not officially chair yet. And so what we've done this year with bringing sponsors in, and particularly thinking about how sponsors can work with us collaboratively, so it's not just a sort of, as Daph referenced earlier, a purely kind of financial relationship. We're thinking about what are the kind of shared communities of interest there. So I think I mentioned earlier about discussions we've been having with Association of Cultural Enterprise, and them running perhaps a special interest group for e-commerce and digital marketing people that sit sort of within MCG, sort of within ACE's own networks, but don't really have their own kind of forum to discuss things. So looking at expanding out into different subject specialist networks and having different partners run those, and members of the committee, and whoever's got sort of time and passion to invest in it. So that's a bit of a change on the kind of financial sustainability side of things. I think also keeping up committee recruitment, so thinking about sustainability in terms of burnout and to some extent precarity within the sector. So having a good influx of new committee members, having a sort of strong plan for how to onboard those committee members, and a clear sort of distinction of what whose role is what, and what that role entails, is part of that sustainability picture as well.
I think looking from the outside as well, as I am now, there's a sense that the transparency and the porosity of the community and the committee is a real strength. So people can leave and come back to the committee when their circumstances change. You don't need to have any level of seniority. You could be a freelancer, you could be a student, you can be in any role related to the work of the museum's computer group. And the fact that so many different specialisms are included under that really broad umbrella. So there's been moments when things like social media has taken more attention, or linked open data, or AI is having a moment now. But whatever kind of work you're doing, you can contribute and take part in those conversations. And from those conversations, you can grow those relationships. And I think the way that the community and committee talks about itself in public and shares what they're doing actually makes it possible to see a role for yourself in a committee one day. So people might just put their hand up and then be welcomed in. So I think that's a really important part of thinking about sustainability, is having pathways that people can see through the community.
That's a good point. That's one to think about, how we talk about what we're doing more than once a year.
I think there is there's an idea there around how we do the odd blog, we, promote things throughout the Gistmail discussion list, but I think there's probably more that could be done to sort of broadcast what goes on the discussion list, and potentially even, you mentioned the connecting with sort of different parts of the museum sector, and how we, even over to archives, libraries, crazy idea, but how we set up those opportunities for professional development for individuals that work within technology in the sector. I think that's a really important place to progress.
And finally, before we open up to questions from the audiences, we've been hearing a lot today about the challenges to the sector in terms of the area of future-proofing and sustainability. Where might the MCG fit in with these challenges that we've been hearing about today?
I think just from my perspective as someone who's slightly nerdily obsessed with the sector documenting its own work, the fact that there is this list that goes back to 1998, we don't necessarily, as practitioners or technologists or even digital curators, publish formal articles. We might write blog posts and whatever, but a lot of what we do isn't documented anywhere except in discussions like that, maybe on social media if Twitter is still around in a day. But I think Maria mentioned sort of the difficulty in finding out what else had been happening, and it's the one place where you can get the voice of the practitioner. And I think that's a form of sustainability, and future-proofing as well is providing access to how people have thought about this similar challenges in different contexts in the past.
That makes a lot of sense. I think we talked about this a little bit on chat and sort of said some of the sort of problems of the sector at large aren't sort of immediately the same. I mean, not having as much money as we might do is a sort of problem everyone's got. But I think within the MCG, we'd like to see ourselves as sort of helping with some of those problems in terms of providing avenues for continuing professional development, in terms of networking, and trying to represent the sector. And maybe part of that is being as proactive as we can with other sector organisations like Museum Association and researcher organisations like Leicester University, which I know you've been very good in, been brilliant at in your time in post staff, so continuing that.
You're looking at me like you want me to lead on from that.
I thought you had something insightful to add. So.
Never insightful, but I usually have something to add. I think the point around, academia is an important one as well, because we're so closely tied to a lot of research that goes on in higher ed. University of Leicester is a good example where often the funding is aligned to actual products that may help the sector, which is really good. And if not that, sometimes academia, more so than museums, can partner with organizations such as ourselves to host discussions, host thinking, and you don't get the benefit of that often within an organization when you're trying to develop the widget. So to think strategically over the long term, and quite honestly, moving to health, I don't see as much of that. And I think that's a big flaw, where you don't have the opportunity to build those roadmaps, to think where the sector, where the organizations are going.
Great, thank you. I'd like to invite questions from the audience now. And also just a reminder that if you're viewing online, then please do post any questions that you have in the chat. And hopefully they will come through to me here so that I can ask the panel. So do we have any questions in the audience? Oh, yeah, just there.
Hi. I was just wondering, given what you've said there about the discussion list and the idea of sort of specialist areas, have you considered the notion of moving to a Slack-esque version? I'm not specifically saying Slack, okay, but the notion where you can have a sort of some kind of catch-all that allows different groups to focus on particular topics, but still be part of the same structure. I'm just curious if that's been considered.
Yeah, it's been considered. But then, you know, part of the Gistmail thing, it relates to our retro name, yeah? So why would we want to do that? No, it has been, you know, we've spoken about it, but it feels like we want to retain the discussion to a certain extent where the archive exists as well. And it's really challenging to think around that, but thankfully it's not going to be my challenge. Georgina?
Oh, thanks, Dan. I was thinking I hadn't thought about it before, actually, and that it would be worth talking with people more technical about what that would look like. I mean, yeah, and how people use the Gistmail list at the moment, what you would lose and what you'd gain. I mean, I could certainly see having more structured conversations in specific channels might work. I'd worry a bit about whether we'd lose a lot of members mapping over and get sort of a quick buzz. So basically, I haven't fully thought it through, but it's definitely an interesting idea, and I think a lot of people have mentioned whether there's an easier way of grouping similar conversation threads together in a sort of more coherent way. So want to think more.
Hands up who has a bunch of abandoned Slacks on their phone or their laptop or their... Yeah.
Can I just say, I just checked my laptop. The earliest one I've got from the mailing list is from 2000. I got everything from 18th of August 2008. And I love the fact that it cuts right across everything. The two topics on that day were uses of APIs for cultural organisation, enterprise, and as of August the 18th, 2008, I will be away from the office. To get, I think that thing about the community and really understanding, you know, what other people are worrying about. You know, someone in there is actually worrying about that payroll system, and actually that all feeds through to understand other people's concerns. So I say no.
And we'd need to, need to check you could get it back out again too, because that, you wouldn't want to like do it for a year and then lose all of that.
Do you have another question of that?
I think it's less a question. I was going to come in on the whole Discord Slack thing as well. I think one of the benefits of it being a mailing list is it's all plain text, it's all archived, it's all historical. You can access it anywhere. And I'm in so many lists now where people have moved to those systems, and you're giving all your information to all these themes we've talked about around sustainability and owning data and not giving it to one of 4 big companies whose website's a screenshot of the other 3 is just, you know, having that kind of control of it and owning the data. So I think whilst it would be useful, there's a kind of power in that being plain text and accessible that way.
I do wish that the Gistmail interface was a bit easier to use, so you can't easily like link to a whole thread, and that would make a big difference in terms of like sharing the discussions. It's not
I wonder if we've got any sort of friendly developers with a lot of time, with some time available in this room, perhaps, because I wonder if there's something we could layer on top of the Gist so we retain the control but make it have a better UI. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the data out. So when I was reporting on the Gistmail earlier, you know, I can talk about how many subscribers, but I can't talk about how many posts we've had in the last year, from what I can see anyway.
Oh, just over there.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Alicia. I'm from the Royal Academy. I just wanted to add to that, not that I have a solution, but I think the mailing list, sometimes it can inhibit also some conversations because it's maybe a little daunting because I don't have any visibility of who's on it, or how many people that goes out to. So that can sometimes, I think, be a hesitation in what I send. And also just in terms of visibility, I think some things often get taken off the thread because it might not impact everyone. Whereas if it was, that conversation was happening slightly differently or facilitated in a different way, I could, as a fly on the wall, continue reading the thread. I've definitely taken conversations off the thread because I felt like this was going to become spam to a lot of people. So just food for thought, maybe.
I think it's a good point around, specialist interest groups and what our sort of sister organization in the US does, the MCN. They've got special interest groups. And Chris from One Further, I think he chairs one of the groups around data analytics. So, if you do want a deep dive and you want to get into those special interest areas, that might be an option for the future where actually you start to, like digital is, or computers, it's a huge area, and that list, it's got a lot of subscribers and a richness of different content, but sometimes, as you say, you need to take that offline, but it might prove valuable to a special interest group.
I didn't know, so I'm on MCN as well, and I never really understood how the groups work. It's a confession. It's like, I think I'm in them, but I'm obviously not getting any messages from them, so maybe I'm not.
I have a similar thing with ICOM, actually. And I wonder if there's something about the serendipity of everything coming into one slightly chaotic pool. But yeah, definitely agree, and I've had quite a lot of food for thought already about sort of the UI of the mailing list, and also how easy it is to accidentally reply to the full group as opposed to just the person that made the message.
Yeah, we've all done that. Maybe there's a kind of service design aspect to that as well, like talking to people and saying, have you ever felt too intimidated to post? Or
it would be nice to, I mean, there's so many surveys at the moment, but it would be nice to survey the mailing list and just get a bit more kind of quantitative feedback from how people use it, what they'd like to change.
Any more questions from the audience? Oh, just over there.
Just a bit of a theoretical question. I know you guys have talked about more committee members coming on and getting more help, but what do you think you could achieve if you had more time and more help rather than just constrained by what you have right now in terms of a call out to the people here and the goodwill of everyone?
That's a nice question. Well, actually, yeah, you sounded like you were making noises.
No, that was a heavy sigh. That's a hard question.
What would people like to see?
I think one of the benefits is that everyone knows we're volunteers. And I think if we had more time, would it dilute it in a way? Would it make it less of a community thing because we'd have to fund posts or whatever? And I think, we've obviously, in various iterations of the committee, we've spoken about potentially getting, staff members in. How do we fund that? Is it fixed term? Are we going to create something that we can't sustain? Coming back to Mia's presentation, about sunsetting stuff. But I think there's a certain appeal in, us having that turnover of people that actually are committed to the both the committee and the sector. So I think to give us more time, to give us maybe more money, it might not work in the same way. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it would definitely change the dynamic.
I think the things I'm thinking about at the moment are doing this again, this conference at the year, but also regional meetups around subject specialist groups. And that is really scalable. So if we had loads of time and resources, we could do that to the nth degree, which would be amazing. As it is, putting one conference on a year is quite hard work. I suppose the other thing which I've sort of been thinking about but haven't really had time to sort of explore that much is we do, and certainly like last year and next year, which we'll come on to soon, have had quite a lot of interest from Australia, and actually one of our committee members is based in Singapore. So I think there are some parts of the world which don't have an MCN and actually look to us to be their sort of professional development network. So then what does a kind of, what's the full remit of MCG? Are we taking on sort of Australia, New Zealand, Singapore too? That could be interesting too, and what their sort of audience base and what their challenges are. But yeah, infinite time and resources would be a nice thing.
Do we have any more questions from the audience at all? We might have time for one more. Oh, at the back there.
I promise this isn't a planted question. I've just thought of this. And Daph, I hope I'm not stealing what you're going to talk about in your closing notes. Have been really struck by the fact that you were in the sector for such a long time and you've now moved to NHS Wales. And I'd love to know what you have learnt about the sector or what you see kind of now being outside the sector, looking back at it and looking at the MCG. Kind of in that new position. Again, apologies if I'm nicking your closing remarks.
Wow. I mean, health in general, it's big, it's unwieldy, and it's not as global. And I think that's where the museum sector is a tiny sector globally, which means that you link in with so many people worldwide. I've had the benefit of relationships across the globe. I'm really fortunate to go on holiday to see some friends in Auckland. I'm meeting up with a friend that I know from, the Auckland Museum there, which is amazing. And I don't see that happening within the NHS context. And I think what happens is within the NHS, things just bounce around these massive organisations. So a real strength for me, and looking sort of jealously outside of health, having been there for like nearly 18 months now, is seeing how connected the networks are and how broad it is. And I think that's a real benefit in terms of practice in different contexts. So what's going on in, you mentioned, Australia, we've got someone in Singapore. Well, we learn a lot from that. We learn about those multilingual, multicultural contexts that you don't quite get in other sectors. So yeah, I think that's the main thing. I'm going to miss you guys.
Thank you. So I think that's all we've got time for. So before passing over to Daph for the final closing address, I'd like to thank the panel members. And just to invite all of you as well, if you do have sort of feedback or suggestions to share with MCG, I say this as someone who's stepping back from the committee and doesn't have to deal with it, but please do get in touch, because we exist for our members, and so it's really important to kind of hear what it is that you guys want. So thank you everybody for taking part, and over to Daph.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on to my last ever closing remarks for the MCG. I hope you've enjoyed the conference. As usual, it feels like it's been more than a day worth of sessions, and I've no doubt that a lot of the presentations will lead to valuable discussions, networks, and potentially some work across the sector. But remember, be kind to yourselves. You can't action everything that you've seen today. We kicked off with George Oates, and it turns out while algorithms may not be the new historians, some of our colleagues do have competition. And I love the idea of a 100-year plan. As I said at the time, it's amazing that our long-established institutions with centuries of heritage don't have that level of foresight and ambition. Lightning Talk started with Dave from our sponsor Numiko, discussing a fourth era for collections using AI to give information personalized to us. Flo showed us insights into how audiences' desire for reducing carbon feeds into our work. And Natalie gave us helpful insights into planning for future-proofed projects. Not surprising for this conference, we heard a lot about the ethical challenges of technology and collections, from Oonagh Giuliano on implementing frameworks for AI adoption to addressing digital restitution and intellectual property with Andrea and Francesca. building microservices, not monoliths, with Sarah and Jules, something I'm trying to do in the NHS at the moment, and some really solid recommendations for reducing our footprints from our friends at TPX Impact. Our final session gave us opportunity to deep dive into archiving collections and their content. Maria and Cassandra provided a framework for keywording collection images. I've not seen that before. That's brilliant. Kevin and Andy introduced a new museum data service, and Mia shared the challenges of and excellent tips for what happens after the project. And obviously, we've just had the closing panel where we've had the opportunity to reflect on the MCG's role in all of this. We are seeing some changes to the committee, as mentioned now, so I'm grateful to Phil, Adam, Scott, Fatani for the stints in the committee. It's been great to get to know you and grateful for your time. Liz, who's been heavily involved for the last 6 years and a constant support to myself and the exec, and as I said in the AGM, that voice of experience for newer members. Sarah has mentioned she's stepping down from the exec, but the committee has benefit of her experience for another year on the committee, having been heavily involved for a very long time now. Some fab committee members have offered to step up to the exec, which is great news for our new chair, Georgina. I'm also pleased that we're able to balance out our sort of losses from the committee with some new eager recruits. Yeah, there's a lot of interest in the MCG committee and that work, and I think the MCG will be working hard to onboard new members and ensure the MCG community has the support it deserves. And next year, Museums and Tech will be in Birmingham. It's exciting to see an MCG conference outside London for the first time since 2016, I believe. So exciting times. And I've got a lot of people to thank. Bear with me. I know you're desperate to get into the pub. Thank you to our fantastic keynote, George Oates. Thank you to our speakers for creating such engaging presentations. You've been interesting and inspirational. Thank you to our sponsors for their support in making the conference more affordable and more accessible to our members. Thank you to the amazing MCG committee members who have, despite everything, brought together a brilliant day. In particular, Russ, with the support of Sarah and the programme team, for pulling together such fantastic and relevant topics. Our international programme committee, Ed Banks and the Royal Academy, who have hosted us today. Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming and helping us keep the community alive. You've helped keep this a safe space for discussion, as always. So, now I'm done as chair of the Museums Computer Group. It's been an incredible privilege and experience to chair this conference for 6 years, to lead such a dedicated committee, and to get to hang out with all you lovely people. Despite COVID and all the highs and lows, I would happily do it again. But it's time for new leadership, fresh thinking, and a few changes. And I've got lots of confidence in the new chair and her new team. It's not about the museums or the computers, but 100% about the group. So it's a bye from me for now. Just make sure you continue to connect, support, and inspire one another. Diolch a gwelwch chi gyd yn fuan. I'll see you all soon. Diolch yn fawr.